We are live. No, I'm just playing. Yeah, we live.
We are live, man. Yeah, pump that shit up. Yeah.
Yeah.
The long-awaited day, man. Yeah. Gems and Juice podcast is back in full effect. We here for the long-awaited day. Okay, 5 years in the making.
Yeah.
You might remember early on in the podcast, I should have looked up what episode we reviewed Kendrick Lamar's Damn album.
Yeah.
Because it was when the podcast was pretty fresh.
It had to be under 50.
Yeah. Oh, definitely under 50.
Yeah.
But it was when our podcast was still fresh in 2017, 5 years ago. Kendrick Lamar dropped his last studio album. And now we are here, Friday the 13th, May 2022 AD. And we have finally, a new Kendrick Lamar album in our phones. I was going to say in our hands, but we... Does anybody sell new record physicals anymore? Like, do they even come? I never even check. Like, do the albums even come out in stores anymore?
I don't even know about the CDs, but they, you know this. They starting to bring back the vinyls.
I know they do vinyls and like collector's edition shit. I know that, but I wonder, like, if you go to Walmart or Best Buy, do they even still have a CD section? And if so, do they have like new music? I don't even know if, like, maybe I'm guessing they don't, but I haven't even checked, to be honest. So yeah. I would assume there's just no physicals at all anymore.
Yeah. I would guess, my guess is Best Buy and Walmart probably have them because they kind of, they low key some dinosaurs where they still got some shit that people don't even use like that. So my guess is those stores might have it, or even Target. I think they still have a music section. So I think those stores like that will have it. But going into a mall or something, you probably ain't gonna find no CD.
Oh no. Let us know when's the last time you saw a CD in the store. In the comments or on Twitter or YouTube, whatever, or Twitch. Let us know when's the last time you saw a CD, because I am interested if they even sell like new albums in CD form. I'm assuming not. But I could be mistaken, man. But I digress. This is the day we've all been waiting for 5 years running. Kendrick Lamar's, I want to say it's his fourth album.
I think fifth.
Fourth, no, because do you count Section 80? That was like a mixtape.
I don't.
You have Good Kid, Mad City, Pimp a Butterfly, Damn, and now this. So it's fourth album, correct? Yes.
Okay, unless
Untitled, Unmastered don't count.
Okay, yeah, no, I seen Peter Rosenberg say he was talking about his fifth album and saying who got the strongest 5 albums of all time type thing.
He must be counting Section 80.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I just went off of him. So I'm guessing he either counting Section 80 or this Untitled Unmastered.
Whatever. Yeah. This is Kendrick's fourth album, man. I don't count. I think he's counting Section 80. Actually, wait. Okay, why technically,
why don't you count Section 80? Was that more of a mixtape?
Okay, maybe I'm mistaken. Apparently, this is counted as an album. I just didn't count it because it didn't make the noise. I always thought that Good Kid, Mad City was the official debut, and Section 80 was like the unofficial debut. But apparently, according to Wikipedia, this is a studio album. So, okay, I guess I'm wrong. We're counting Section 80. So this is now Kendrick Lamar's fifth album in 15 years. Or something like that. So now we finally have it. We're gonna break it down, man. I think it's about time because the street's been asking. Okay, they've been hitting us up saying, you're gonna talk about the Kendrick, you're gonna do a deep dive. I'm here to tell you, yes, sirree, Bob, you bet your bottom dollar we are gonna talk about this Kendrick Lamar album. We're gonna do a deep dive. We're gonna go track by track on this long ass album. Okay, it's about an hour and 15 minutes long.
Yeah.
something like that, somewhere around there's 18 songs.
Yeah.
So are we counting it as a double disc?
Technically it is, or it's two sides. It's two sides of it, and I think I brought this up last week. How because that was our fear that it was going to be a super long album,
Yeah.
but I kind of figured it'd be split in half, like it is now, maybe 9 and 9 or
Mm-hmm.
8 and 8, something like that. But the length is still there, man. Pause. The length is
It
it's still a long ass album.
is a long album. I guess we can kind of as a double album, and if there's even such things as double albums anymore in this non-physical world we're in right now. But
Yeah.
yeah, 18 songs over an hour in length. And we'll talk about it in a second. But first, we got to cycle back because there was a single. We assumed this was going to be a single from the
Of
album,
course, yeah.
but it was not. This song is not even on the album. It was, I guess, like a teaser or something. Because we always had asked if Kendrick is going to drop something, you know, before the album comes out, and it was looking increasingly like he wasn't. And then right after our podcast, he did drop a song and video. The song is called "The Heart Part 5."
Yeah. So I want to go look at the listen to the other parts because it's officially 5 parts now.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think the other ones are on any album.
Mm.
Have you seen them on? Maybe I was kind of curious, was this like a little hipster type thing that only the diehards know? Because I couldn't find any of them on streaming service. So I wonder if this was like a little release mixtape type of release thing he been doing for years.
I think so. To be honest, I assumed it was like just one of the mystery Kendrick things. Like
Yeah,
it was a hard part 5, but there's no part 1 through 4. It was just
yeah,
what he called it, and we had to look into why. But I think there were actually other parts. But look, I'm not a Kendrick super fan. I'll admit I hadn't heard any of their other Heart songs. So yeah, but apparently there are other ones. So I
yeah,
just didn't hear them.
yeah. From what I understand, the I guess the heart parts are kind of like freestyles, like somewhat like a freestyle. It ain't no real direction towards it.
Yeah,
It's more like a just kind of going in type thing.
that
So
makes sense.
yeah, yeah. I actually listened to him and it's like, damn, I was listening to the first one and he actually had a video for it. And I'm like, damn, this actually this some old Kendrick. You could tell it's some
Mm-hmm.
old Kendrick. And listening to part one, and then I listened to all the other ones too, but from part 1 to part 5, it's like, damn, you can see the change in Kendrick,
Yeah.
how much he grew.
You definitely can. And the video is interesting. It features, I'm sure people have seen by now, has gone viral plenty of times, a deep fake video edit technology where Kendrick, first off, the whole video appears to be taken in one long take,
Yeah.
where Kendrick is just rapping along with the song, being very animated, and then his face morphs several times. It morphs first into OJ, which is wild. Then Jussie Smollett and Kanye and Will Smith, and ending with Nipsey Hussle.
Mhm.
So there are various theories as to why those faces were chosen. I will admit, except for the Nipsey part, I don't know because the lyrics didn't seem to match up with the faces too much. I mean, there was the Kanye part, kind of. The Nipsey Hussle part, definitely. But I still understand the OJ reference or the Jussie Smollett reference. But maybe I'm just not enough of a Kendrick nerd. Okay, maybe I'm just not looking deep enough. Maybe I'm too small brained. Okay, I'm not a J. Cole or Kendrick fan like that. So clearly I'm dumb. All right, but enough of that. Let's get into the reactions, man. So when you first saw this video, heard the song, what were your initial reactions to it, and how do you feel about it now that the album has come out?
So so my first reaction to the song when it dropped, the song and the video. So I was at home doing some work on a Sunday, and I went to YouTube, and I seen that weird video. Like it was like right there on the front page. And my first thought was, what the fuck is this? But I ain't paid no attention. And I seen the video had, I kid you not, it only had like 200 views.
Damn, you must have been first.
Yeah, I had to be.
Or the counter was broken. I don't know. But that's crazy.
But it was like 200 something. So I'm just like, okay, maybe it's some type of beat or something. I don't know. You know how people make
a fan
beats.
edit or something. Yeah, a fake video. Yeah.
Yeah. So I ain't think nothing of it. And then I went on doing something else. An hour later, I come right back to it. Now look, this is an hour later. It only had like 2,000 views. 2,000 some views. I'm like, wait a minute. So I looked, and it was Kendrick Lamar's official YouTube page. So I'm like, wait, what the? I'm like, did he just drop something? And so I was just, still at that point, it didn't even click to me. So I went on doing something else. I get on Twitter, and I seen somebody tweet like, wow, Kendrick. And then I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, it clicked to me. So I went back to it. It was still at like 2,000 views, to the point I kind of got worried. I started refreshing it a little bit. I refreshed it, and it was still like in the 2,000s. So I'm like, damn, this is crazy. I'm like, ain't nobody really talking about it. I only seen like one person tweet about it. I'm like, damn, I'm like, fuck it. Let me sit here. So I was sitting there with my wife. She was doing something else. So I put the big screen on. I made it full screen. And I was just watching it, and then I'm like, okay. I'm like, right at that moment, I got on Twitter and tweeted, okay, Kendrick. So, I'm liking it. I'm liking to be Marvin. My first thought was, shit, how much he paid?
Yeah, Marvin. Yeah.
Yeah. How much he paid for this Marvin sample?
There were a few flexes in that part and in the album. We'll get to that in a little bit. But yeah, that was a flex, getting the Marvin Gaye sample.
Yeah, one of the most popular Marvin Gaye songs too. Mm-hmm. One of my favorites. But yeah, so I'm listening, and then the chorus come on, and then he like dancing a little weird. And at that point, I'm like, okay. So I'm looking on Twitter, seeing everybody talking about it. I look up, and it's a picture of fucking OJ rapping. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck? So I stopped it and had to rewind it. Like, what the fuck happened? I'm like, am I tripping? So I played it again. I started paying attention, and then he turned into OJ. So I'm like, oh shit! Like how the fuck did they do this? I'm like, this looked kind of dope. So I kept watching again. Boom! There go Kanye. So I'm like, oh shit! So I'm like, damn, so at this point, I'm glued. I'm like, who else he about to turn into? And the next person was Jussie Smollett. I had no idea at the time who he was. I'm looking like, I don't know who this is. My wife was like, who is that? I'm like, I don't know. I'm thinking it's fucking Ben Simmons. He looked just like Ben Simmons.
Yeah,
I'm like,
he kind of look like Ben Simmons.
Yeah, so I'm thinking like, I'm trying to piece everything together. I'm like, okay. First, I thought it was some type of LA thing with OJ, him being in LA with the, the Bronco and all that shit. Mm-hmm. And then with Kanye, I was kind of like, but maybe he's living Hollywood or something. I don't know. Then when I seen the Jussie shit, I'm just like, I don't know. Maybe it's a mental health thing, or, I wasn't sure what he was going for. And then I seen the Will Smith, and I'm just like, oh shit. I'm like, damn, this is kind of current then, because the Will Smith Grammy stuff just happened a month or two ago. And then the Nipsey, of course. And so I'm sitting there glued, like, damn, like this is actually cool. So I actually watched the video a couple times just to kind of, get some takeaways. And plus I was listening to the actual song. And by this time, the views are up now. The views are they at 20,000 within 2 hours. And then it was just climbing, and then Twitter just went nuts. But I like the song a lot. I think the video is super creative, but I don't. Me personally, I don't see how outside the Nipsey part. I don't really see how they connect together with the actual lyrics and verse. So I like the song a lot. I seen, Twitter, they do their investigation, they do their research and all that stuff. And even with the album cover, if you see the album cover, it's like 5 hands on there. And all the hands are pretty much, like this. It's like 5 different random hands.
Mm-hmm.
And all of the hands are the people that was in the actual video. Kobe was in the video too. I don't know. I forgot about Kobe.
Oh
But,
yeah, my bad. I forgot about that too. Yeah, that was
yeah,
okay. That was kind of. But the
yeah,
hands are actually the wait.
yeah. So if you look
Okay.
at the album, if you
Yeah,
look
I
at
see it. The art for the single.
yes, if you look at that, you can see the hand. You see the Kobe hand with the band-aid around it.
Mm-hmm.
Another hand was like Kanye's hand when he was like doing this, putting his hands up to the camera, and yeah, it was a couple other hands too. Twitter was just like unveiling all of this shit, and they putting the pictures up within like the time the video was up. I'm like, how the fuck is y'all doing this? But at that point, it's like, damn, he a genius. But I still don't know the reason behind him picking these outside Kobe and stuff like that and Nipsey. I'm curious why he picked Will Smith, Kobe, Kanye, Jussie Smollett. That was, to me, that was kind of random. And OJ Simpson. I had no idea why he, decided to use those, and with the artwork, use their hand. I just didn't understand it. Maybe it had to play off the Heart Part 5. I'm not sure, but anyway, as far as the song, I really like the song. I'm real iffy about people using certain samples.
Mm-hmm.
I had no problem with him using that. It sounded like a real band, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a real band. It wasn't no goofy 808s and nothing like that. But yeah, I like the song a lot, man. The video was super cool. And that's the other thing too. The video, people was kind of going so overboard, like, oh my God. It was a simple idea. It was a simple video, but you know how certain people could do something so simple and make it look like, damn, like this dude is a genius.
Mm-hmm.
And I was sitting there, I was talking to somebody who rapped too. He was like, I told him like, damn, why the fuck I ain't thinking nothing like this? Like, this is something I could have thought about or thought of and kind of came up with something like this. But he made it look super cool, man. And I was trying to do some research to see what was the message behind these 5 people, polarizing people, because all five of them were polarizing at some point. Even Jussie Smollett, even though we didn't know who he was until the drama happened. But yeah, man, I like the song a lot, man. Yeah, how you feel about the song?
I liked it too, man. I stayed away from it for a little bit. Once I saw the crazy reactions, I'll be honest, the deep fake stuff kind of turned me off.
Yeah,
because I'm like, okay, I be trying not to hate on shit before I even give it a chance, but seeing the pictures, seeing Kobe Bryant's face on Kendrick Lamar's body, kind of put a bad taste in my mouth, man. Like. Yeah. And I knew the context was probably going to be respectful, but I just didn't want to see that at the moment, because I just felt like this nigga's officially doing too much. Okay, yeah. Using Kobe and Nipsey Hussle's image
on the Marvin
in your
Gaye
video on a Marvin Gaye beat. I didn't know it was even Marvin Gaye at first. I hadn't listened to the song yet, but just the images of them being brought back to life on a Kendrick Lamar video. I wasn't really ready to see that, man. I was like, oh, this nigga is doing too much, man. But I finally did sit down and watch it, and I agree. I mean, the lyrically, of course, Kendrick did his thing. The production is beautiful. I will say it made me a little nervous for the album, because I'm like, okay, is a whole album gonna sound like this, man? Like, is it gonna sound like just jazzy instrumental, but nothing you could really bump in the car, or it's like is there any like hip hopness? And look, like I said, the instrumentation was beautiful,
Yeah.
but that was more like music that is on a movie soundtrack or something.
Yeah.
It didn't sound like something you feel like you really want to ride around or go walk or work out to in like something, like the way we usually consume hip hop,
Yeah.
But yeah, the music, the song was good. The video, even though it seems simple, apparently it utilized some technology with Matt, I think it's Trey Parker and Matt Stone. I think that's their names. I might be getting their last names mixed up, but they're the creators of South Park. And Kendrick is actually in a partnership with them. I think they're supposed to be doing a movie together. I think it's going to be using that technology as well. But apparently that technology was very expensive. And it was not no easy just Photoshop thing to do, And it did, to be fair, some look way better than others. I thought Kanye looked terrible. Like the Kanye looked so bad, they probably shouldn't even have done it. And the OJ was really off-putting too. It didn't look good to me. I thought the Jussie looked good. I thought the Will Smith looked perfect.
Yeah.
I thought the Will Smith looked so good that I thought that he might have actually showed up and did it.
Yeah, it kind of
That's
looked
how
like
good
Jaden,
Will Smith looked on there.
It kind of looked like Jaden Smith, especially with the hair. Yeah.
I thought for a second, like, did they actually get Will Smith to come in and record this? Because it looked perfect. The Kobe looked pretty good too. The Nipsey, like I understood why he did it, but it just didn't look right to me. But yeah, it was a dope concept. And that's why sometimes you just gotta dive right in and not wait for the reactions.
Yeah.
Because seeing the images on Twitter will turn you off.
Yeah.
But if you actually watch the video first, like you probably did it the best way, watching it blind.
Yeah.
And not knowing what it was. And that's actually why I listened to the album blind, because I didn't want any, like, if there was a bar that was cringeworthy, I didn't want to see it. I wanted to listen to the album first before my exactly
top of the morning, top of the morning.
I didn't want to hear no top of the morning shit that was gonna make me turn or have a negative perception of the album before I can listen to it. So, all in all, yeah, the song was good. I'm not gonna front like I'm gonna listen to this daily or even monthly or maybe even ever again. But it was a cool song. It was a nice way to get the people hyped up for the album. It probably would have been nicer if it dropped a little earlier. Besides right before the album came out. But hey, at least he dropped it. I thought it was a beautiful song and cool concept for a video. Now, I don't want to see that technology used ever again.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll say that much.
How you feel about the guy? It's always somebody to come out of nowhere saying, "Hey, you stole my idea." I don't know if you've seen this, but apparently a guy said Kendrick took his idea, and he had a video like that first, and they were both under the same record label or something like that. It was a white guy, and I actually checked the video out for myself, and it did not look like this. You said they used some expensive gear. You could look. I ain't even. First of all, the guy that said Kendrick stole it from him, he said, the song I listened to was bad. So I was already turned off, and it did not look as good, to the point I'm like, who the fuck is this person? Like that looked like some Photoshop shit I did. So, but yeah, he wasn't really trying to make a big deal out of it, but he was just kind of like, damn, like, I think he might have got this from me type thing.
I mean, if anybody might have a claim, it might be Kanye, because Kanye was like the first big artist to put out a deep fake video. Remember, he had like the fake Taylor Swift and the fake all the people in the bed with him.
Yeah, there was like
he was the first one to do it, really. So yeah, I don't see what this guy's talking about. I mean, and like that concept is just something so original.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it's so simple. Like, damn, I could have thought of that.
Yeah,
but of course, it wouldn't look as good, and you gotta find somebody who can do something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't like no straight up something nobody ever thought of.
And only Kendrick and maybe J. Cole could get away with this. And maybe not even J. Cole, because J. Cole is seen as more corny to people. But only Kendrick could really get away with this concept. Let's be honest. Like,
Yeah.
really only him could get away with this, and using Kobe's image and using Nipsey Hussle. If Game did it,
Oh no,
we'd all be throwing him under the bus, man.
Out chasing that.
Like,
yeah. Do you think? Well, I guess I kind of know the answer, or kind of figured the answer, but do you think he got permission from Vanessa Bryant
he had to. He had to,
because she don't play.
Yeah, no, he had to. And if he didn't, she would have said something.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel like there's no way he didn't talk to her about it.
Yeah, and Kendrick is a pretty tight knit dude, so I'm sure he probably got permission from everybody he did in this video.
I mean, not OJ. I'm pretty sure he didn't go to OJ and say, "Hey, I'm gonna use your face for a video."
Probably Jesse too. He probably ended up Jesse, but definitely the people who died were just Nipsey and Kobe.
Yeah, no, and I'm pretty sure he was close with both of them. So yeah, I'm sure their estates signed off on it. And if not, we would have heard something by now, especially with Vanessa. Like, she be going at anybody who be using Kobe's image in the wrong. Yeah. So she would have said something if she thought it was disrespectful. But yeah. So good video, good concept.
Yeah, Vanessa's gonna be like, "Hey, Mr. Kendrick Lamar, Mr. Lamar,
Mr. Lamar. I saw you use my husband,
Mr. Meek Mill."
Yeah. But good concept, good teaser for the album, even though the song wasn't even on the album. Still a good way to let people know that Kendrick is coming. So without further ado, it is time to get into the album. First off, you see the album art. The album art came out first. Figgy, what do you think about this album art, man?
I seen this one, and this is crazy, man, because going into this album, even when the album cover dropped,
and to clarify for people who are listening on the podcast, the cover art is Kendrick Lamar holding who I believe is his daughter or one of his children with his wife or baby mother, I don't know if they're married or not, on a bed in the corner with a newborn baby. And there are in some kind of apartment or house somewhere, and Kendrick has a crown of thorns on him while he's standing up and looking into the abyss with his child in his hand. So what were your thoughts on it, man?
He also behind him in his pants, he got a gun.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, so and it looked like a small apartment. You can see the torn up wallpaper.
What does that mean? See, there are 5 holes. Remember, there are 5 holes. There were 5 people in the heart video. There were 5 hands. What does 5 mean, Figgy? Okay,
and this is his 5th album.
Yes, his 5th album. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Galaxy brain. Okay, I need to get my trigonometry teacher here. We got to get somebody in advanced mathematics to break this down. What does this mean? What does a 5 mean?
And see, when you hold 5 fingers up, they're spread it apart like 5 centimeters.
And wait a minute. The album came out in May.
5.
What? But yes, the 5th month of the year. Hold on now. And I just turned 30. What? 5. Did Kendrick know that too? Is all of this connected? We gotta ask Kyrie.
I know.
But I digress, man. What do you think about the cover art, dog?
So the cover art, I seen that, and my mind kind of went into like a big old shit. Like, I need to try to figure this. Do I need to crack the code for this album, or is it just a regular album cover? Because we seen how Damn looked, and I still don't know what was behind that one. But this one, it seemed like it was a little more meaning to it. And I'm like, fuck, I got to treat this like a Jordan Peele movie. every little symbol, every little sign means something that we have no idea
Yeah.
until after the movie. I gotta watch a reaction video on YouTube just to see what every little symbol meant. So that's when I first seen that, I'm like, okay. Like and this is the crazy part. But I had no idea what kind of content was going to be on this album. Usually you could kind of tell where it's like, okay, you could tell by the single, like with his last album, Damn. Be Humble came out. So you kind of got what he was on a little bit. Where it's like, okay, like, that's this a club banger type thing. This one I had no idea. And with the Heart Part 5, when that came out, I liked the song a lot, but I still had no idea. I'm like, damn, because he was kind of getting deep into the lyrics on there. And so I'm like, damn, is the whole album like this? Or he just threw this out there? I had no idea. But like I said, looking at the album cover, I'm like, damn, like it's something like I would really like to know the meaning behind it. Or I wonder if it's just random.
I thought the album art was going to signify a more personal album. Because when you look at To Pimp a Butterfly, Kendrick's not even on that cover art. Kendrick usually he's not even on Good Kid, Mad City. I don't think it's like an old photograph on there. So he is more of a mysterious person. He hasn't really put details of his life out there. So the fact that he used a family photo, and to be fair, Damn was like a close-up picture of him. But the fact that he used a family photo, I thought was going to signify it's going to be a more personal album. And when you look at the Heart Part 5, that's just Kendrick alone in a room, looking kind of vulnerable, looking kind of, disoriented, but still focused. And I put those together. You could tell he was going to go for a more personal touch in this album. I will say, I thought the Crown of Thorns was doing a little too much. Okay. It's doing a little like, what it reminds me of the now classic Kyrie Irving quote when he said, you talking about, he was on a podcast with some random guy talking about how, his choice not to take the vaccine and all the problems he faced because of it. And he said, hey, life of a martyr, bro. Like he thinks he's a martyr for his choice. And I look at that with Kendrick in his Crown of Thorns, which seems to imply some kind of martyrdom. He sees himself Christ-like in some way. And I'm just wondering how. Like what I mean, look, there's sacrifices for fame, but we didn't crucify Kendrick for his silence. Okay. Yeah, he got tweeted about, but he did not get canceled. He did not get crucified. And the Crown of Thorns was a little pretentious to me. I was looking at that like, I don't know.
What about this? Do you think maybe he got that on to protect his mental?
Because it being a Crown of Thorns.
I'm just throwing it out there. I
mean, who knows? Who knows? Yeah. With Kendrick, everything is open to interpretation, but it being a specific Crown of Thorns, that's only associated with Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's wearing it kind of is implying some kind of martyrdom or Christ-like image in himself. And I thought it was a little dramatic. I thought it was kind of like when Tupac had a picture of himself being crucified on Machiavelli. But I mean, Tupac went through a lot more. Let's be honest, man. He was getting canceled before cancel was a thing. Yeah. He went through a lot more. Kendrick, like, look, he's a mysterious guy who's been hidden away for 5 years, pretty much. And now he's back with a Crown of Thorns. And I was like, but I would reserve judgment until we get the album. So fast forward to midnight, May the 13th, Friday the 13th. Kendrick is all into numerology. I've realized that now. So everything has to mean something. But he did drop the album Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. So we're gonna go through this track by track, man, because I feel like we have to. Um, in some songs, I don't have a lot to say about it. In some songs, I have a lot to say. So let's start at the top. Let's start with the first song called United in Grief. The song is produced by Tim Maxey, Kendrick Lamar, some people. BGK was a producer, actually. Um, and it is basically kicking off the album. Kendrick starts out by saying, I've been going through something. 1,855 days, which is the exact number of days since Damn released. I just looked that up because I had no idea what the fuck that. I assumed that's what that meant, but I wasn't gonna count.
Yeah.
So I had to look that up, and apparently that's the exact amount of days. See, 5 again, 2 5s.
5.
What does it mean, Figgy? But so he starts off with that, and then I felt this was a pretty good Kendrick is back type song. Kendrick is aggressive in the flow, attacking the beat, and it is a good kickoff to a new Kendrick album. You kind of see, I gotta look up, did I have anything else to say? It is the first, a recurring theme pops up here. Kendrick mentions going to therapy. And it's going to be a recurring theme throughout the album. So very important. The very first track, he mentions that. I wasn't too hot on his fast ass flow. I wanted him to slow down a little bit because I'm trying to absorb the album, and I don't like fast rapping just to be fast rapping. I was hoping he wouldn't have that flow for the entire album, but all in all, I did like this song as a kickoff to the album. Figgy, what about you, man?
I agree with you. I like this song as a kickoff. It get to a point where when you start rapping too fast, it's like, all right, what are you trying to do? And sometimes it sound off beat, but when it's Kendrick, it's like, okay, he in his bag right now, so let him cook. And yeah, man, I picked up on the whole therapy thing too. It's saying like even the first part of the song, he said, "I've been going through something."
Mm-hmm.
So pretty much he been going through a lot since the last time he released the album. So maybe that's why that kind of explains why he's been gone in MIA. And I'm not, you mentioned the whole Jesus, the thing on his head, and how he wasn't getting crucified. And I agree with you, but I do think, when certain topics pop up, like, the George Floyd thing, the different shootings that happened since the last time he released anything, I do feel like a couple people was like, where Kendrick at? This would be perfect for Kendrick type thing. And, how I feel about people looking for rappers to speak out on something. Like, nah, if they want to speak out, let them speak out. But I don't look for rappers to, be the voice of reason of something political or anything like that. So, I don't try to put that on them, but it seemed like a couple people was, saying, hey, where is he at? And so this first verse was more of, hey, I've been going through something. Like, he mentioned therapy in this song, I want to say.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I think I'm kind of curious what he was actually going through, not to try to get in his business, but clearly he been going through something, and I could kind of see it throughout this whole thing, throughout this whole album. So that's why in the beginning I asked you, do you think the thing is on his head to protect his mental? Maybe he went through a lot of things, so he have that on, but that was just kind of a stretch. I'm trying to.
I mean, it could be, or maybe the way he keeps people out, the thorns to keep people out of his head. I don't know. You could interpret it a lot of ways.
Yeah, I kind of looked at it as like Bob Wire or something.
Yeah,
because
it could
Bob
be
Wire around a fence, around a facility, It helps keep people out.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was it, or maybe he do think he's Jesus or something. I don't know.
I mean, with Kendrick, and that's a good thing. Like, I'm glad he don't ever explain this shit
Yeah.
because you can really interpret it the way you want. And yeah, either is valid, man. I mean, when you look at the themes of this album, and he definitely does get into his absence, and he talks about the expectation people put on him and how you should not be looking to him to be the savior of anything. So maybe he's like, in a way, it's like a contradiction where he's like sarcastically wearing a crown of thorns because this is what people want him to be. They
Mhm.
want him to be Jesus, and he's not that. So, I mean, you could interpret that a whole lot of ways. That's the interesting things about Kendrick,
Yeah.
But like we said, it's good start, good start to the album. I'm feeling it at this point. Let's go to the next one. Now, this song is called N95. I was excited because I was expecting some anti-vax bars. I'm not gonna lie, because N95 is the mask people wear, and he does make reference to how people mask their real. Like, he uses the mask as a metaphor for people masking their real intentions. But I didn't get the Pfizer is the devil or anything like that from here.
Oh,
So he
you would
did.
be disappointed. Yeah.
So we didn't get that. We'll go to you first, man. What do you think about this song in general?
Um.
N95.
So when it first kicked off, it was a little slow for me. Where I'm kind of like, because sometimes his songs start off a little weird, where you like, I don't know where I'm going. The beat is so strange, where it's like I don't know where it's going, but it kicks off a lot where I'm like, okay, I kind of like this. It's what I took from this verse is how it seemed like he was kind of talking to the people that's super flashy. Like take off that weird ass jewelry, take off that take that fabricated strings off. He always talk about some damn strings and shit.
Yeah.
But it seemed like he talking to a lot of people, a lot of rappers, to be honest. I don't know who, but it seemed like this was the one song where he was really trying to make a point, like take all that bullshit off and get in this ring type thing. That's what I kind of took from this. And once it kicked in, I started feeling it. This is probably one of my favorite songs on here. If I had to go back to it and bump something in the car, I would play this a lot. But yeah, I kind of like this song a lot. Where I'm like, okay. So at this point of the album, I'm like, shit, he might have a point to prove right here, man. So I'm super excited after this album. I didn't really, I kind of thought he was gonna talk about COVID in this too, but I wasn't disappointed that that it wasn't about this. But at this point, I'm like, yeah, all right, he talking that shit now.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say it kind of reminded me of the Baby Keem song.
Yeah.
He just pretty much took over his song. So yeah, the smoking on your top 5 type shit. It kind of those vibes. So at this point, I'm like, all right, we're gonna get some shit. But yeah, I like the song.
Yeah, me too. It's Kendrick shooting down the flashy rapper culture, which he's done before, you know. But I'll admit I wasn't a fan of this beat. I felt like it sounded like a throwaway from Watch the Throne. Like that electro techno ass shit. Can we leave that shit in 2011, man? Like, I'm starting to get tired of these beats, dog. Like, look, it was cool once 10 years ago. Blueprint 3 killed it for me. But I don't want to hear no more electronic ass beats in hip hop no more, man. I think Boy Wonder helped produce this. He was Drake's producer for a while too. I think he still is. But yeah, I was just wasn't feeling the beat too much. It was a little too too new wave electronic type for me. But lyrically, it was good, man. Like you said, Kendrick talking his shit, getting into battle mode, and yeah, shooting down the flashy stuff because I look, I assume that Kendrick just has beef with Drake.
Mm.
I just assume that because there had been subliminals back and forth, especially when Control dropped. And I remember Drake in an interview, one of the rare interviews he did, he kind of made fun of, the fact that the people who are associated with him, of course he ain't say no names, but we have to assume it's J. Cole and Kendrick.
Mm.
And Drake made mention of the fact that, they aren't outside like I am. I'm everywhere. I'm always outside. And they don't go nowhere. When I heard that, I thought of Kendrick immediately. Because Kendrick definitely ain't outside, man.
Yeah.
And it's before the pandemic. But so yeah, I assume like these types of bars are aimed at people like Drake, people who think they're better because they got the fake streaming numbers. He brings up streaming numbers.
Yeah.
Drake is the highest stream artist ever now, basically. And
Mm-hmm.
he brings up the streaming and all that. He says that ain't shit. And I assume these are Drake subliminal disses, but maybe I'm just being messy about it. But
Yeah.
that's just how I took it.
I definitely don't think it's J. Cole because J. Cole was talking about the niggas faking their streams too.
Yep.
So it's and now J. Cole did say that, but he did mention how Drake is his, Drake is the man type thing, and he got him a watch or whatever it was.
Yeah, buying his friendship.
Yeah, but clearly somebody close to this is faking a lot of streams.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, still to me, the streams for Certified Lover Boy don't make any sense. Like, I understand that there are certain songs people liked, but the numbers were insane. It was number one for a while, man. And I didn't hear nobody talking about it on social media after the first couple of weeks, maybe. And that's being generous. But it was number one for like 5 weeks or something like that, crazy. And I didn't understand that. I'm not saying he's faking. I don't know. We are Mob Tie certified. I'm not throwing no aspersions on Drake's name.
We not bashing Drake no more, man.
We're not. I'm just asking questions, okay? That's allowed in Mob Ties, isn't it? We can ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
But let's go to the next song, man. The next song is Worldwide Steppers. I thought this song was really good, man. This is official when I started getting to the album. The beat's kind of off kilter, but I like it. I thought Kendrick was in his bag. He got way more personal on here. Some interesting things I noted. Number one, Kodak Black on the intro.
Yeah. It kind of threw me off a little bit because I knew he was on the album.
Yeah.
And I seen it was on the second disc. Yes, or the second part. And I'm like, wait a minute, damn, he on 2 songs?
Yeah. No, he's all over this album, man. He's all over this album, which is really strange. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But yeah, this was the beginning of Kodak Black being all over this album and one of the most random pairings I can think of in recent hip hop history. Kodak Black and Kendrick Lamar. But back to this song, man. Kendrick, this is really where he got into the meat of what this album was going to be about. He mentions his absence. He talks about he had writer's block for 2 years, which is a lot to admit, man. And I kind of wish rappers would really admit that more because let's be honest, man, it's hard to be a rapper, writing your own shit, and every year or two you got to come up with a new album with completely new material.
Come up with something totally new.
Exactly. It's got to be at least as good as your last one.
Yeah, it got to be good as your last one or better. Yes. And it got to be different, but it still got to be the same.
Yes. and it was interesting because Nicki Minaj actually talked about this. I think it was on Twitter a few months back. She said, she hadn't been putting out music because she had writer's block. Like she just couldn't think anything to say. And when people like Kendrick and Nicki, who have been in the game for a decade now, like, look, you eventually run out of shit to say. And I think it's a lot to admit that, and we look past that because we're just greedy as music consumers, but I mean, look, this is not easy, especially when you're of that tier and everything you do is hyper criticized, like we're doing right now. But I thought it was cool of him to admit that he just had writer's block and nothing was moving him. So yeah, I thought it was very interesting. He also mentioned Dr. Sebi. When I'm like, okay, here we go into the controversial stuff.
Yeah.
And he also brings up his sex addiction for the first time. He talks about fucking a white bitch or two white bitches, as he says. And he also brings up cancel culture, which I suspect will be controversial as well because people think it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
He talks about cancel culture. He says, quote, niggas kill freedom of speech. Everyone's sensitive. If your opinion fuck around and leak, you might as well send your will. And he talks
Mhm.
about hypocrisy, how everybody's a killer. People just hide it better. And he talked about corruption, things like that. So interesting. And yeah, this is the first song where I felt like he was actually really saying something here and getting into his inner thoughts on the world today and things that have been happening since he's been gone. So yeah, I like this song a lot, man.
Yeah. I like the song a lot too. And when I heard this whole song, then I'm like, like I said, I'll go back to mental health. I'm like, damn, I wonder if all the stuff that was going on since the last time Dan was released, his last album, I wonder if that's the reason he was getting writer's block is, stuff going on in the world. Is that taking a toll on his mental? And he mentioned in one verse pretty much playing Baby Shark with his daughter.
Yeah.
And that song was a fucking hit in the classroom for kids.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder just, being a dad and, and probably having all this pressure of releasing another album. I wonder if that really got to him. He, like you said, he mentioned the writer's block. And to me, that shows you that, because I'm sure he could have put out some bullshit. He could have put out something. I ain't sitting there saying he was just flat out had nothing. But, Kendrick is Kendrick. He got standards. So I'm sure he probably, didn't want to do it like that. And he got people like us, me and you, sitting here like, hey, where's the fucking album, man? Like it been 5 years. Like, what's going on, man? You ain't the best now.
Mm-hmm.
So, I wonder if that actually played a toll in, in the mental health thing. I'm not even saying he was going through mental health problems, but just the normal day-to-day problems that we all go through.
Yeah.
But he, him being Kendrick Lamar, arguably one of the best rappers in the game, he got to come up with something that's better than Damn. And we talked about that.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about if he can even make an album better than that. So I wonder if that played a part in it, him having a family, going through that type of stuff. And eventually in this album, we going to discuss it too once we get there. He talked about a lot of stuff in his family where I'm like, damn,
Yeah.
like he really opening up. So I'm kind of curious if he was going through all of that during the 5 years, or is this something that was just old and he just decided to talk about it now. But this song, I like the song a lot. To me, I'm like, okay, we getting in the nitty gritty with Kendrick now, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying this is 444, but
yeah,
this is kind of his version of what the fuck I've been doing, what the fuck I've been going through since I've been gone. So I like this.
Yeah, and I think he makes it pretty clear he's been going through some mental health issues throughout this time. He mentioned going to therapy. He mentioned it initially not even wanting to go to therapy and kind of being, abrasive about it. But he mentioned in the first song, I got a therapist, and he comes clean about a lot of things. I have some thoughts about the stuff he revealed about his family, and whether or not that's true or not, or if he's telling stories here. But we will get to that when it comes. But like you said, I like the song a lot. And we'll move on from there, man. We'll go to the next song. The next song is called Die Hard. Shout out to Tab. Tab said he liked Die Hard as well. I thought it was cool. It was just a cool little dance song. I don't have a lot to say about it. It was a cool little dance love song. It was a cool little bop, as the kids say. It also features Bluxed. I'm calling him
Blast.
Blux. I'm calling him Bluxed. Okay. If we call Black Six Lack, I'm calling him Bluxed. Okay. Blux was on that song and he was cool. He did his thing. Also Amanda Reifer. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I don't know. Like I look her up. Where is she from? What does she do? Is she on Oklahoma? I don't know. But anyway, it was a cool song, man. I had nothing to say about it. Nothing bad to say. There was a couple songs on here that sounded Drake-ish to me. And part of me is wondering if he's just proving he can do this dance shit too. Or if this is just what was on his soul at the time. I don't know. But I like this song, man. I thought it was good. What about you?
I thought it was okay. I ain't got no takeaways from this one. I thought it was cool. It was a little was it a little slow?
It's kind of upbeat. I mean, it was upbeat for an R&B song.
I wouldn't say slow, but kind of soft.
Yeah.
So I ain't really gravitate too much to that, but it wasn't a bad song. I'll probably like it around 10 o'clock at night as I'm driving with my girl or something. But I thought the song was cool, but I had no big takeaways from this one at all.
I agree. It was a cool little song. And yeah, Tab agrees about the Drake part. Yeah, man. There's another song on here that sounded exactly like a Drake song, man. We're gonna get to that a little bit, but there was a almost copy and paste sounding Drake song here. We're gonna get to that a little bit. But first, we got to go in sequential order, guys. So next, we're gonna hit on Father Time. I thought it was a really good song, man. I like the song a lot, actually. Actually, it's probably my favorite song in the album so far, or at least top 3. In this song, number one, the beat is insane. Like I thought the beat was really good on this song.
Yeah.
And in it, Kendrick really gets into, how his issues with his father contributed into like the toxic masculinity. I'm gonna say I hate that phrase, but I have to say it because it kind of fits here. That he experienced through his life, thinking that he had to be hard, that he could never open up, that he could never care about people, and that gangster mentality that really consumes people.
No therapy.
Yeah, he mentions that too. So when we say daddy issues, we usually attribute that to women.
Yeah.
But I think people really underestimate like what a man's relationship to his father does to him.
Yeah.
Because that's how we understand manhood at an early age. So if your daddy is like somebody who's just cold, and he even mentions that I think he says his father's mother died, and he went right back to work. And Kendrick asked why, and he said, "Hey, ain't no time to cry. Bills don't stop." And it's like, I mean, that's true, but at the same time, in a fucked up way, like you can feel, man.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem, and I think that's something he's highlighting. That because we all grew up this way, man. Stop crying. Like ain't nothing wrong with you, boy. Stop crying. You better not cry, type of thing. And it could be something simple as hey, I'm not getting the gift or something like that, or he says something to hurt my feelings, and it's like, boy, don't you cry. You better not cry. Hit him back. And that's how we all grow up. That's how guys are taught to be. And the older you get, the more you hold in because a man is not supposed to cry, type thing. And that's where the men. I'm probably gonna say it like 50 million times in this breakdown, but that's where the mental health kind of come into play, where you eventually have a breakdown.
I agree, man. And yeah, like it was definitely things that we don't hear a lot in rap. Period. You think that we've heard it all in rap by now? I mean, it's shit 40 plus years old now, but Like this is something a perspective we don't really hear a lot or very often at all from a black man, period, let
Yeah.
alone in a song.
Yep.
So yeah, man, I think we both agree this is a very strong song.
Mhm.
And goes into the therapy theme and goes into the him sharing details of personal life that he never did before.
Yeah.
And we have to assume because we never know with Kendrick. Kendrick's so mysterious. This could all be cap. This could all be just a story
Yeah.
he's telling for the
Yeah.
audience. Who knows? But
He could be like Beyonce,
he
you
could
know,
be. He
have
this
a
is
whole Lemonade album and
exactly. He has a
be
Sasha
happily
Fierce version of
married.
himself.
Yeah. Motherfucker happily married.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, who knows, man? Who knows? But yeah, when he speaks in first person, I have to assume he's talking about himself for real. But great song. And one of the highlights on the album for me in general, I thought Sampa did really good on the hook too. Hey, by the way, Sampa was Drake's dude at one point. Now
Mm.
he's on the Kendrick album.
Mm. Eh,
Hmm.
mm.
That's
I
all I'm
ain't
gonna
even think
say.
about that.
Dog, Drake done made a whole Sampa clone in Gideon. He got
Yeah.
the give you the Sampa clone on his album. So yeah, who knows? But
Yeah.
yeah, Sampa on the Kendrick, and he did a great job on the hook too. I like the hook a lot. So
Yeah.
yeah, this is a great song in general. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Next we go to a whole Kodak Black interlude.
Yeah. I'm liking
Okay,
the Kendrick and Kodak collab, man.
it's
I ain't
extremely random.
Yeah, it's super random, but I'm not mad at it at all. This ain't like Nas hopping on a song with Lil Nas X. This is something that kind of we didn't even know we wanted, and it sound good. I, I I like it a lot, and I feel like it's bringing a lot out of Kodak.
Look, I always thought Kodak could rap. It's just he's one of those types where his ignorance outside the booth dirties people's perception, also the allegations. And look, it's already very controversial that Kodak's on this album as much as he is because he doesn't have allegations of sexual assault. I believe he pleaded guilty to something as well, kind of like that. So yeah, there and plus he was talking about how he got to fuck a girl to do a feature, and so everybody thought that what's her name was talking about him
Yeah,
when apparently she wasn't, but he
yeah,
said that out his own mouth.
yeah,
So it's already very
yeah.
controversial.
He tried to hit on Lauren London.
Yeah, yeah,
It-
that too. That
that set
too. I
that
forgot
set
about
the
that shit. Damn. And T.I. had to talk about him. Yeah, I remember that bullshit. Oh
it
God. What a wild year
was
that
crazy,
was.
man. Yeah,
Oh, I forgot all about that. But yeah, so very controversial choice. And I feel like this is Kendrick saying, you know, I don't care what y'all woke people think. My friends are my friends. And this is kind of hinting at him letting loose at the fact that he's not what people built up in their mind about him.
mm,
He's not the black savior. He's not black Jesus. He's
yeah,
just a regular dude like everybody else trying to make his way through the world. And I think him picking Kendrick or a Kodak and having Kodak do a whole interlude and a song and the intro.
hmm,
And by the way, there's nobody from TDE on this album at all. We didn't even
yeah,
talk about that yet.
yeah. I got a little take, and I ain't trying to start no girl on girl drama, but I found something that was kind of interesting. We'll get to that later
Okay.
on.
Okay. But yeah, no TDE features, no SZA, no nothing. And he also announced a tour, a nationwide tour with Baby Keem and Tana Leone. But yeah, no, last time he toured, he was a TDE tour.
Yeah,
So yeah, he has cut ties completely with TDE. So interesting stuff. So let's move on. We didn't really talk about the interlude. I mean, the interlude was cool, man.
yeah. It was an
It,
interlude.
it was what it was.
Yeah, I ain't
I'll,
really gonna get take away from it.
I'll admit, I always thought that Kodak Black was a little lyrically underrated. I
Mm.
always thought he could rap, man. I always thought he could, and he definitely held his own on this album with Kendrick.
Yeah, to me, I wasn't the biggest fan of Kodak. It was to me, I ain't gonna lie, it was hard for me to get into him because of his strong accent.
Yeah.
He sound like Lamar Jackson a little bit. And ironically, they pretty much from the same place.
Lamar Jackson's Sniper Gang. He got the chain on and everything.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But he ain't luckily he ain't YSL.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're gonna talk about it on the regular podcast, so stay tuned for that.
Yeah. But to me, after listening to this, the Kodak shit on here, I kind of got a little more respect for him, man, because I think what holds Kodak back a little bit is him, who he do the songs with. If you're gonna do a song with Gucci Mane, no disrespect, you probably ain't gonna bring it like that. You probably gonna be a little ignorant in your raps. I felt like on here he had to step up a little bit. I don't know. Kendrick said, "Hey, look, nah, you got to come for real. You got to do your thing for real." Yeah. So I don't know if he did that, but I have a new respect for Kodak Black after listening to him on this.
Me too. And look, I always thought he could rap, man. I don't think he even had to be told. I think he knew that since he on a track with Kendrick, he couldn't just be talking about drugs and hoes. He had to go a little deeper, man. Yeah. And I always thought he had that back. Look, Joe Budden made a point, man, when he beefed with Lil B because he thought Lil B was ass, and then Lil B tore him up lyrically. Like he was like, okay, now I know that these kids just faking like they can't rap. And I because I do think that's true, man. I think everybody in the rap game who's big can rap, but they dumb they shit down to be more popular in the mainstream.
No, I 100% agree with that, because I know some people that dumb their shit down a lot.
Yeah,
where it's just like, I kind of took it for granted, but then you put on a real beat, East Coast type of beat, and they actually flowing, they actually rapping about some shit. I'm like, okay, but let's be honest, who trying to hear that shit? Well, this is back in 2014. Back in 2014, we trying to hear Versace. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
we not trying to hear about the struggle. it might be a little different now, but back then it was, nobody was trying to hear that shit. The radio wasn't playing that shit. DJs wasn't spinning that shit. And yeah, they was dumbing their shit down.
Definitely, man. So yeah, I believe everybody can rap to some extent, at least more than what they usually put out on their radio hits and shit. And Kodak proved that, man. He proved he could rap on his album for people who didn't know. Moving on to the next song, Rich Spirit. Now, this is a song I thought sounded 100% like a Drake song. Like, listen to this song and close your eyes and kind of ignore the Drake or the Kendrick, accent and how his voice sounds. The delivery is Drake on this R&B ass song. I felt like this is a very Drake-ish song. And like I said, I don't know if this is just him trying to prove that he can do these songs as well, or maybe better than Drake. I don't know, but it sounded very Drake-ish. That being said, I do like the song a lot, man. I like the beat a lot, and I thought it was a good song. Interesting, he did mention at one point his cousin was trying to sue him. And I don't know what that was about. He never really expounded on it. He said, I got to find the bar. He said, my cousin tried to sue me like he got the privilege, but I didn't lose sleep because I got the spirit.
Yeah,
and I had no idea what that was about. But yeah, that being said, it's another kind of him speaking to critics, and it was a cool little R&B type vibe song. I had nothing to really say about it. What about you, Figgy?
I didn't really care for this song at all.
Fair enough.
It was cool, but I was just like, nah, this one is not for me. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't for me.
That's fair enough.
I wouldn't go back to the song. I actually like the interlude a little better than this one.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
But I ain't really care for this one.
It was more lyrical, at least.
Yeah.
So moving on. The next song is called We Cry Together. Okay. Now we're gonna be talking about this song for a little bit. I feel
Yeah, this one took
is
a turn.
this is 100% the most controversial song on this album. Maybe the most controversial song Kendrick has ever done in his career.
Is it? Because I wasn't really paying attention to how people was reacting to it. I ain't really see too many people talk about it.
There's been discussions already,
Really?
and I think it's gonna get worse. We'll just wait for the weekend. People still at work. Some people hadn't heard it. There will be think pieces about this song. I guarantee it.
Yeah, what you gotta wait for is wait to like the main podcast people that react to music like this. Once they get their shit out, then these hip hop websites gonna pick up on that and say, "Oh, this person weighed in on this," or "This person think is terrible what he said," and blah 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 blah, and then it is gonna take off.
Yes. So this song is very interesting for a number of reasons. Number one, it's over an Alchemist beat, which you listen to the beat alone, it sounds like something he wanted to give like West Side Gun or Benny the Butcher.
Yeah.
It definitely sounds like a Griselda beat that Kendrick heard and took for himself. And the concept of this song is what's so controversial. Now, it's basically just a long argument between him and his metaphorical girl, who was played in the song by actress Whitney Alford, who at first listen, I thought it was Rico Nasty. She sounds a lot like Rico Nasty, but is not. It is a woman who was an actress. Taylor Page, my bad. Taylor Page was the actress who went back and forth with Kendrick on this song, and it's a fight. It's basically them going back and forth. She talks about how she should have, went back to Georgia in 2009 and not went with him. He ain't shit. He ain't been shit. All he do is lie. He's calling her a bitch. They say fuck you about 152 times in this damn song.
And what's clever about that, what's funny is that's the chorus.
Yeah.
But what's clever about this is I ain't even realized that this until now, but that was kind of a scene from Poetic Justice, which is kind of based out of LA, I think.
Yeah.
So we know how Kendrick feel about Poetic Justice, I guess.
Yeah, you made a song about it.
This is kind of Tupac and Janet Jackson arguing.
I feel like this is a lot of things. I felt like this could also be that Netflix movie with John David Washington and Zendaya. Remember that shit?
I did not see that, man.
I didn't see it, but the trailer looked just like this song. And that's why I didn't watch it.
Yeah. Talk about think pieces.
Yeah.
It was a bunch of think pieces. Talk about who was more toxic.
Yes.
It was crazy. Yeah.
So I have some thoughts about this, but I want to get your thoughts first, man. What was your thoughts when you're first listen, going through this song or through this album, and this song comes up and floods your ears with a lot of yelling and cursing? What were your thoughts about this song, man?
So my first thought was, okay, damn, they get into okay. I'm thinking this the intro or something like that. Then I'm looking I'm like, damn, they still going. I'm like, and then it started to hit me like, oh shit, they actually rhyming a little bit. And then it was like making sense. I felt like I was listening to a play, like one of those hood plays. And I'm like, damn. I'm like, okay. I'm looking at my watch. They still going. I'm like, damn. I'm like, and to be honest, I've never been in an argument like that ever in my life with a woman. So even though I can't really relate, well, I can kind of feel it because I've seen some people argue like that before.
Mm-hmm.
And look, dog, it's like 5 minutes in and they still going at it. I'm like, damn. I'm like, is this the whole song? And then for the very end to be like, I love you type thing where they pretty much made up.
Yeah. Like,
I was just like, so after I really like concepts like that in rap where you could kind of two people playing each other. It's kind of like a play, like y'all going back and forth, like a musical play where y'all going back and forth. I thought this was super creative. I liked it a lot, but it's not a good listen when you're riding around in the car, man. I tried to throw this on in front of the wifey as we was driving, just to kind of get a reaction. And when I tell you, she just kept looking at me like, "What the?" And then when it got to the hook, no, fuck you, bitch, no, fuck you. Then she looked at me again like, "What the fuck is we listening to?" And she was like, "I know this is Kendrick Lamar, but
it's art, baby.
Turn this bullshit up." She was looking at me like, "Turn this bullshit up." Then her mama called, so I had to cut it off. But I thought, look, man, like I said, I'm not saying, this is the best thing since sliced bread, but I thought I like creative stuff like this. I think Ghostface and Wu-Tang is good for that. They did a lot of stuff where they kind of playing a role in a verse and then somebody else come in and play the opposite role or something. I like that type of stuff. That's what I got from this. But yeah, man, this really reminds me of this. Listening to this whole song, I felt like I had a sister who was telling me how her boyfriend ain't shit and hey, you need to quit talking to him and blah 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 blah. I'm gonna leave it, blah 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 blah. Just at the very end for her to be like, "Oh, we back together now. We cool. Hey, you can unblock him now, and can he come over for dinner tonight?" After you then told me how much he wasn't shit and how he treated you and all this other stuff, for the very end to be like, "All right, we back cool. Nothing to see here." Yeah. That's exactly what this song was. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what it was, because I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm not for domestic violence, obviously, but I was waiting on somebody to hit somebody. Mm-hmm. I was just like, damn. I'm like, it's getting deep, it's getting crazy, it's getting disrespectful for it to be like, come here, let's fuck. Yeah. I was just like, what the fuck? So at the end of it, I'm like, damn. I ain't feel like it was a waste of time, but in my mind, I'm like, man, I just wasted my time for y'all to get back together. I was that much invested in the song. Like, you would have thought I was watching the TV show. Yeah. That's how invested I was. But he really did a good job with that, man. Like, I would love to be in that studio session, because that was a really good job, man. It's hard to do that. It was super creative. It was just like a musical, man. But I like that song a lot. I probably wouldn't play it as much, but just the creativity of it, I liked it a lot. And I saw one funny thing. Somebody tweeted and said, so it was a video of Joe Budden hitting the gunshot button on his podcast. And it was like, that's Future when he hear this song.
No, yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Talking about how toxic it is. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I actually like that song. I wouldn't play it though. But yeah, I would love to see what people talk, because I ain't really see a lot of people talk about it on my timeline. But I would love to see what people reaction to it was.
Yeah, man. I've seen mixed things. I mean, I'll be honest. I wasn't a fan of this song, man. It was kind of cringeworthy to me. It kind of felt like Chicken Head, but with the delivery of Kim by Eminem. Now, it wasn't as raw as Kim. Kim's talking about murdering a woman, but it had the delivery, but it had the back and forth bow the sexes type of thing that Chicken Head had. So that's all I could think of, man. Yeah. And I felt like, dog, I'll be honest, man, this concept has been done a lot in the past. RZA did it, Game did it. Like the man and woman back and forth rap song is nothing new now. It kind of felt like he wasted an Alchemist beat. I'm gonna be real. This nigga could have rapped over Kendrick over an Alchemist. If you heard before the album came out that Kendrick had Alchemist on the album, and then you heard this song, you'll be fucking pissed, man. Luckily, we didn't know beforehand.
There's a reason why we didn't get that memo.
Yes. If anybody teased that, I would have been hyped to the heavens. And then we heard this song, and it's like, Kendrick could have rapped over this, man. Like, really rapped. But he did a argument song with a woman. And like some of the songs, like some of it I thought could have been taken from a real arguments with his wife or girl, whatever she is to him, baby mama, or however you want to call it, because they mention like infidelity, cheating, issues like that. But towards the end, I kind of started to feel like it was like a parody of the gender wars that go
Yeah,
on Twitter and social media every single day.
yeah. Especially when she started talking about you men are narcissists and
Yeah,
stuff
she
like that.
says
Yeah.
she says what did she say? Uh See you the reason why strong women fucked up. Why they say it's a man's world. See you the reason for Trump. And then she says, you the reason Harvey Weinstein had to see his conclusion. You the reason R. Kelly can't recognize that he's abusive. And he says, man, shut the fuck up. We all know you still playing his music. And then
Yeah.
he goes and says, let's tell the truth, okay? Women in general just can't get along. Why R&B bitches don't feature on each other's songs? That sounds like some Kevin Samuels type shit, man. Like, see, women in general can't get along. Y'all don't even like each other.
Yeah.
That sounds like some red pill. I mean, I'm not saying it ain't true, but it sounds the way he delivered it. It sounded like some red pill manosphere. You know, women don't even like each other. And why you mad? Because we don't like you sometimes. Like that. It sounded like that type of shit. So part of me figures like, there's no way Kendrick actually said this in an argument. So part of me
Yeah.
feels like it's like a role play or a
Parody,
sarcastic, a little bit parody,
parody of how it
satire.
is
Yeah,
between a
that's
black man and a black woman.
exactly. That's kind of how I felt towards the end because it got kind of ridiculous in their argument. But yeah, interesting song. Like you said, I probably won't ever go back to it.
Yeah.
Um, like I said, the Alchemist beat was wasted here. I got to be honest, but interesting song.
I would have liked to see him actually rap and make a song on there, but I had no problem with this because the way the album is going, it to me it kind of seemed like it was like all over the place. It's like trying to touch everything.
Yeah.
Like it's like trying to touch everything that have to do with mental health. That's the 40,000 time I said it, but it has something to do with mental health. And this is something that's part of it, you know, being in a toxic relationship. That was a toxic relationship, if you know, during that song. So like I said, I ain't have a problem with it. I guess maybe this the creative part of me where I'm like, damn, to even do something like that is cool because I don't think I can do anything like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I ain't have a problem. Would I want him to do a real song over that beat? Yes. But I ain't really have a problem with it, especially with it being Kendrick. I ain't have a problem with that. And yeah, I like the way he did because I feel like the other people that did it, other rappers, it was more of a song you could actually play.
Yeah.
You can't actually play this.
Chicken has a classic, man. You can play it anywhere.
Yeah, that's a real good song. You can't play this in a club, man.
Yeah, you can't play this anywhere, man.
Yeah, it this seemed like it was trying to make a point.
Yeah. So yeah, interesting song. Like I said, the most controversial, I think, and we'll have think pieces written about it. How the man's actually the toxic one here, and he's talking nonsense. And Kendrick had this whole fantasy in his mind. That's not. I don't know. We'll see how the discourse goes, but I'm just telling you, it's gonna be bad, no matter what. Now let's go. We are halfway through the album. Might take a little quick restroom break after this next track because it is what it is. We got 9 tracks more to go after this. We're gonna try to speed through a little of them, but yeah, the next song is called "Purple Hearts," another R&B centric song featuring Summer Walker and Ghostface Killah. Now, if you told me Ghostface is gonna be in an album, the last song I would suspect he was gonna be on would be a song with Summer Walker.
Yeah.
In my opinion. But to me, it worked. I actually like Ghostface on his song. I liked him talking like his more real shit. I actually like Ghostface. I think it worked. It didn't feel forced, and I liked his verse. I enjoyed it. Summer Walker, Uh, uh, like, look, I, okay, I sidebar, man.
Uh-oh.
There's a bar that bothers me, and I just gotta talk about it because I'm sick of this shit, dog.
From her or
From her, from
okay.
her. She says, it ain't love if you ain't never eat my ass." Okay, I'm calling for a moratorium on ass eating in lyrics. Have we had enough yet?
Yeah.
How long is this shit gonna go on, man?
You ain't
Like,
tired of eating the booty like
dog,
groceries?
I don't care. Look, it's all her fault. Janae Aiko started this bullshit, man. Okay, it is ever since she said that bar. This is all women talk about in R&B, especially in like the thought-oriented R&B. Is
Yeah.
ass eat. Like, can we stop saying like, look, man, I'm sick of this shit. I don't care what you do. Just don't put this in a fucking song, man.
Yeah.
Don't R&B is already bad enough shape as it is. Can we exclude the ass eating descriptions and talk from the
Yeah.
songs, please? I just personally had enough, and that bar bothered me. Summer Walker, I don't have a real problem with her, but just some lines like that are like, R&B truly is dead when I think about
Yeah.
shit like this. Niggas really singing about eating ass, and women singing about eating or having their ass eaten. Like, I'm getting sick of this. I know it was one bar in a long song, but it bothered me. Okay, enough to bring it up on the podcast when discussing this album because I'm sick
Yeah.
of it. But other than that, the song is cool. What do you think about it, Figgy?
I like the song a lot. I agree with you. I feel like Ghostface killed it. But earlier I mentioned how I thought something was interesting with the feature he got on here. He got Summer Walker on here.
Yeah.
And no SZA. I thought that was a little strange. Like, I would have thought SZA been on here before Summer Walker.
Me too.
And I like me personally, I like SZA better. I know you don't like none of them, but I like SZA better. And I was surprised that Summer Walker made a TDE album and not SZA. So I kind of wonder what was the backstory on that. I wonder, SZA, was she supposed to be on this? And, you know, for whatever reason, she couldn't get on it, and they had to go to plan B. I'm kind of curious what was the mindset with this. And then I'm mentioning again, going back to mental health. So I wonder, because we all know a lot of people was using the mental health thing with Summer Walker. I wonder, was that maybe some of the reason he wanted her on his album? I know the song had nothing to do with, you know, mental health or anything like that, but I wonder, I'm trying to figure out the reason why he had Summer Walker on there. I don't think it was just because she could sing and let me get her on, or I always wanted to work with her. Yeah. Because he got Kodak Black on here. He got Ghostface on here. I you know, that's not too far because, you know, I can see a Ghostface and Kendrick collab, but yeah, that's kind of out the ordinary too. That's kind of up there with the Kodak Black. I ain't see them him and Summer Walker making a song like this on an album like this. Maybe during the Damn album I could have seen that, but I don't even think Summer Walker was, you know, hot like that during that time. But that's kind of surprised me a lot. I was really surprised that she was on here and no SZA and no TDE people at all, for that matter.
Yeah, that's interesting. And look, I have to assume something happened behind the scenes because, look, they've been very private about it. Kendrick is a private person, period. So we might never find out what happened unless somebody from TDE talks. But
it looked like they ain't talking either.
The fact that not only did Kendrick not put anything out for about 4 years, he didn't even feature on other TDE albums in that time. And he puts out the first message he puts out about his new album is that it's the last TDE album he's doing, or the
Mm.
last album he's putting out on TDE.
Yeah.
And like that's the first thing we knew about the album, is that number one, it was coming soon, and it was his final TDE album. He made sure to highlight that.
Yeah.
So I always thought that was interesting. And then this album comes out and has nobody from TDE on it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if this is his goodbye to the label, you would think if he cool with the people, he could have them, SZA, like
Yeah.
Isaiah Rashad would be somebody, especially with all he's gone through, to
Yeah,
put him on
because
the Kendrick album.
yeah, and like I said, Summer Walker, and this is no disrespect to her, but she ain't like no unique type of voice. It's not like you got Cosette Michelle or John Legend, some type of recognizable voice that will work in that in that song. I feel like it could be SZA or Summer Walker,
Yeah.
and I'm just kind of curious why no Summer Walker. I'm sure she would have been available for the album.
Yeah, SZA, definitely. Yeah, I don't know. Like until somebody talks, we'll never know. But I mean, the pieces are piling up and assuming that something happened between him and TDE, and they ain't really cool like that no more. I don't know if it's just with Top Dog or with the label mates too. I don't know. But he seems to have completely split from them. And he's going on tour, and nobody from TDE is joining him on tour.
Yeah.
So interesting. Like I'm sure J Rock ain't doing much at home right now. He could have gone on tour with you too, man. But
Yeah.
it is what it is. So yeah, end of an era, truly. But I don't know. Until somebody says something, we don't. All we can do is speculate. But it seems pretty obvious that something happened,
Yeah.
and the relationship has changed. But who knows?
Yeah.
All right. With
You want
that
to take
being,
a quick break real quick?
yeah, we are at the halfway point of the album. We still got 9 tracks to go. We promise it won't be this long going through the rest of the 9. But let me go take a real quick restroom break, man, and I'll be right back.
All right, cool. Thank you,
All
baby.
right. All right, back at it, back at it, back at it. So yes, we are gonna talk about the back half of the album now. 9 tracks left, and let's get into it without further ado, man. Next song is Count Me Out. Featuring, is anybody featured? No
No.
features on here. I thought it was a pretty good song. I don't have a lot to say about it. I thought the beat was nice. I thought it was a nice self-reflective song. Um, One of my probably top 4 tracks for me on the album in general. I like the song a lot, but there's really nothing to break down or say on my end about it necessarily. I just like the introspective lyrics, the self-reflection he expresses, but he mentions, he kind of mentions the absence he's taken with the I love when you count me out. How people have said, hey, you ain't top no more. You ain't, everybody done laughed at you. You done sat out for 5 years. He's kind of using that as fuel for his next whatever this might be he's doing in music now. But you can tell he's still motivated, still got the fire in him, and this song kind of proves it. So I thought it was cool, but nothing really to break down on my end. What about you, Figgy?
Yeah, I thought it was cool too. I like the song. The one thing that kind of stuck out to me on this, he kind of used a couple little double or triple entendres with the mask. He put mask
Yeah.
on the babies, mask on the ops. Wear masks in the neighborhoods, stores you shop, but the mask won't hide who you are inside. Look around, reality carved in lies. So I thought that was kind of cool. So to kind of look at it like that. That was the only thing I took away from it, but I thought it was a cool song.
I agree. Next up, we have the song Crown. The song is this is kind of where he gets more deep into, and you could even assume this is what the album art is about. The crown people put on him. He kind of addresses all that. He kind of addresses his absence. He addresses, you know, basically how everybody expects so much of him and we're disappointed, but he can't please everybody. That's one line that's repeated over and over and over again. And Kendrick does it a whole lot. He repeats certain bars over and over again, but he went kind of extra hard here with the I can't please everybody.
Yeah.
And he says that over and over again. I can't please everybody. He also says there'll be a time when somebody needs you and you're not there, and then you say no, and all you've done gives them amnesia. Kind of speaking on how he's done so much, but nobody can remember because he didn't do anything in a moment, or has been silent. He also says, "Heavy is the head that chose the crown, to whom is given much is required now," which kind of you can read that as him kind of rejecting what people like. The head was kind of forced, the crown was kind of forced on him, or he chose the crown, he says, but then a lot was required to go with it that he didn't live up to for whatever reason. But
Yeah.
very interesting.
Also to mention that that's a Shakespeare line.
Yeah.
I'm not into Shakespeare at all, so I would not have got that. I just
I've heard it, but I didn't put together that it was. I wonder what it's from because I've heard it definitely tons of times, but I don't even know what play it's from.
Henry the Fourth, Part
Oh,
2.
okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Some people who are literate, more literate than us, are shaking their head now. I thought you Negroes were smart. Sorry,
Yeah,
I don't watch Shakespeare plays,
not
man.
me, bro.
Sorry.
I was in class.
Yeah, right. So yeah, he talks about he can't please everybody. He can't even please himself. He thought a new car would help, but when that new car get old, he sure do want something else. So can we all relate?
Yeah.
Truly, when you think one thing is gonna please you, you get it, and then you still empty inside.
Yep.
Only thing is we ain't got millions of dollars and we ain't rappers, but
Yep.
no.
And yep. And to me, I thought the song was cool too. But that go back to mental health. It show you that he was actually going through something, man. So clearly he was trying to please everybody but couldn't. And he was clearly going through something in his with his mental. He mentioned, I don't even know if this is true or not, but the new car didn't help. And he was still going through those problems. So it showed you, I'm not sure if he on the internet a lot or if this is just in life. And he mentioned a couple things too, how, people get amnesia, but yeah, man, to show you that, he kind of he wasn't happy at one point. I don't know where he is now, but at one point he wasn't happy.
Yeah, and he brings up. I assume he's not on the internet because he mentions he has a broken phone, and even on the in the image promoting that the album was coming soon that he dropped last year, he said, "I go months without a phone." So I assume he's kind of removed himself completely from social media during the lead up to this album. But I mean, you can't avoid it completely. Clearly, he's heard the criticism. He's heard what people are saying, and he did respond to all that. So clearly, he's not completely unplugged, but to some extent, he's definitely not plugged in. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Next song is called "Silent Hill" featuring Kodak Black. Now, as a gaming nerd, I was disappointed that this had nothing to do with the video game.
Of course not. I was surprised you even got excited.
Like, I knew it didn't. Okay, I was just fucking around, but I was just holding out. Like, how maybe Drake had a song called "Final Fantasy" on Scorpion, and now Kendrick got a song called "Silent Hill." On his maybe he's trying to prove he can do video game tracks.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, look, this probably had nothing to do with each other, but I'm trying to make it have something to do with each other.
We got to invent conspiracies.
What was Final Fantasy about?
Final Fantasy is like a role-playing game. Everyone is different. Like there's 15 of them.
No, not the video.
Oh, the song? Oh, it was like a sex song, dog. Like it was a random ass just Drake freaky song.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't nothing like this. I thought you were asking what the game was about.
Oh, I actually remember the game. I never really played the game. I wasn't really into it. It was a little too anime for me. but I was trying to put these two together. Silent Hill and
no, Silent Hill was like a horror game. It was kind of like Resident Evil.
Yeah, I remember.
So,
I played that game. I ain't really care for Final Fantasy.
Yeah. I mean, it's an acquired taste, man. That's all I could say. But so I don't know what to say about this song either. Interesting. The Kodak, Kendrick let Kodak take over this song.
Mm-hmm.
He gave this song to Kodak, which Kendrick had a short verse, but he basically gifted this one to Kodak. Look, like I said, I have no idea how this friendship sparked. Like it seemed like the most random pairing in rap, Kodak and Kendrick, but it worked. The song was cool. Maybe he's trying to help Kodak rehabilitate his image. I don't know, but I thought it was cool, man. I mean, there's a lot of Kodak on this album. Either you like him or you don't, but this song itself was fine. I enjoyed it. What about you, man?
The Kodak. Look, when I heard this song, I was first of all, when I seen he was on the song, I was like, oh shit, I'm kind of excited. Now listening to the other, him being the intros and interludes, at that point, I'm like, oh shit, I'm really excited now. And I think he lived up to the hype. I like that song a lot. I'm gonna check out some more Kodak Black shit just off the strength of this. And this little duo kind of remind me of when Kanye got Chief Keef on a couple shit. And now that make more sense because they both from Chicago, but they were still like totally opposite in my opinion. Because you wouldn't even thought both of them was from Chicago, because it was like it was drill music versus the the little backpack Kanye type shit, soul type shit. And this kind of remind me of that. it's kind of taking somebody that's out of your element and putting them in your element. And I always thought that was dope, man. I tried doing that as a rapper, like reaching out to somebody who don't make the type of music I make and trying to put them in the type of music I make just for me, for my purpose. And it's funny, I actually did that with Shank, friend of the show, RTN Shank.
Yeah.
I had him hop on like a soulful beat. And during that time, I never heard him on anything like that. He was doing a lot of trap shit. And it worked. He sounded amazing. And, long after, I realized that, his family, and he was actually born in New York, and all his family's from New York, and that's what he grew up on. So I'm like, damn, it makes sense. And he sound good on it. So I think he's doing more shit like that now, but I thought it was perfect because nobody in the city heard him in that element. And I'm a big fan of that. So I like to hear yak, as the kids say. I like to hear yak with Kendrick on this type of in this type of space.
I agree. It was a cool, like I said, unexpected but very welcome. I thought Kodak did his thing on this album, man. Like, look, you can say what you want about the personal stuff. I understand. If you just don't want them on the album, period, I get it. But lyrically,
do people still talk about the personal stuff with that?
Yeah, people. I saw people upset or calling out the fact that he has a alleged abuser on this album. So that's where it's going with that. And look, feel however you want to feel. I understand, but I'm just talking from a lyrical perspective. I thought he did his thing, so that's just my opinion. But
yeah,
I'm sure there's people who are just going to be, look, people write think pieces about anything. Okay,
like,
they really got mad at Kendrick because he said he wants a natural built woman.
Yeah,
without no fucking surgery and shit or weave.
These same people just need to just listen to gospel music at this point.
Yeah.
Like you want somebody super clean with no trouble past or anything like that. Don't listen to Kirk Franklin because he got a little stuff going on, but listen to some gospel music. Listen to some Christian rap or something, man.
Yeah. No, people are always gonna be upset. And like, look, Kodak has definitely dug his own grave, to be honest, with things he said and done in public, outside of allegations. So, like, I get why he's controversial, but I don't know. Sonically, it sounded good to me. The mix of Kodak and Kendrick, and that's all I'm judging it off of. So, I thought it was cool. The next song is a interlude. Basically a Baby Keem. Baby Keem and Kendrick are very close. They're related. They're cousins. And, Keem has also appeared on this album as well. Did a whole interlude by himself. Figgy, what do you think about this interlude, and what do you think about Baby Keem in general?
I'm low-key a Baby Keem fan, man. I still listen to that album from last year.
Yeah.
But I still listen to it. But I was okay with this interlude. Nothing really stuck out to me. It seemed like he was venting on here. And that's the weird thing about Baby Keem. Baby Keem seemed like he's that type. He's kind of in the same category as a shoot, I'm blanking on his name. Not Kodak, but what the hell is his name? Wait, hold on.
Give me clues.
Playboy Cardi. He kind of
It
kind of seemed like he in the same category as a Playboy Cardi at times. But then he'd come out of nowhere and be like, damn, this dude got some bars. This dude actually spitting some real shit. And then you could kind of see, oh shit, maybe, yeah. I see how that's Kendrick's cousin. Because they kind of got the same type of style a little bit, but
yeah, no, they do. There are some moments on this album where I thought Baby Keem their delivery and flow is very similar.
Yeah,
I don't know if Kendrick is writing for Baby Keem or what's going on, but they sound very similar at some point.
Yeah, at first I thought this first verse in this thing was Kendrick. Because he said, you ever seen your mama strung out while you study divisions?
Yeah.
Your uncle stole from you day after Christmas. I'm thinking that's I thought that was Kendrick in his bag a little bit. I'm like, okay. And it wasn't. But I thought this was cool. I ain't got nothing really too special about this one.
Yeah, I thought it was all right. I mean, I think Baby Keem is okay. Just like I said, he sounds a lot like Kendrick.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know who's biting. I'm not saying they're biting. I'm sure they're sharing or being creative together, whatever, however you want to say it. But it is starting to mix a little bit. And I don't know if that's the best for Baby Keem's future, but who knows? People like him, so it is what it is. He was on a Kanye album, he was on a Kendrick album. He seems to be like the new Chance the Rapper, but less corny because he's everywhere now, man.
Yeah.
So,
Grammy winner. He won a Grammy.
oh, did he?
Yeah, remember he won a Grammy.
Was it for the Kanye song?
It was for I want to say either his one of his songs. I think it might have been a song
He
with
won Best Rap Performance for Family Ties.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
What
that's
it was.
right.
Yeah, I was gonna
Okay.
say either the song or something with that song. But yeah,
Yeah, that's kind of like.
he was actually there too. He was the one lone person in hip hop that was there.
Oh yeah.
Except the war. I think everybody was low key boycotting. But
Oh yeah, the Kendrick definitely wasn't there. But yeah, good for him. Good for him. I mean, that's kind of like Robert Horry getting a chip with the Lakers. He
Yeah.
came off the bench. He hit a big shot, but
Yeah.
Kendrick kind of carried it. But hey,
it's his shit.
yeah, it was on his album. So
he Grammy award winning artist now.
yep, can't take that away from him, man.
Yeah.
So now we are at what I consider the meat and potatoes of the album, the song called Savior. Now, in this song, Kendrick is a lot more open about his absence, the critics, the way people prop him up as this savior, and the song is called that, of everything, of hip hop, black people, etc. This is his response to all that, to people who critiqued him for his absence during the George Floyd protests, having nothing to say for about COVID. Like he addresses that all here.
Yeah,
And
we've been talking about that.
yeah. And he starts it out. He holds no punches. He starts it out by saying, Kendrick made you think about it, but he is not your savior. Cole made you feel empowered, but he is not your savior. Future said, get a money counter, but he is not your savior. I don't know who thinks Future is their savior, but he did say that regardless.
Shit, it's a lot of people, man.
Yeah. And he also said Braun made you get his flowers, but he is not your savior. Now my initial thought, I didn't care to go back on it, but I kind of feel like he was responding to No Name. If you remember, she critiqued J. Cole and I believe Kendrick too, and maybe LeBron. I don't know if she did anything about Future, but I was wondering if these were all names that No Name had called out for people who weren't doing anything during the protests in 2020 and everything, all the unrest that was going on, and the so-called conscious rappers were nowhere to be seen. And of course, J. Cole responded immediately, and this might be Kendrick's response to that too. I'm sure it is to everybody, but I was wondering if there was like a jab at No Name here by saying Cole is not your savior, Kendrick is not your savior. So just my thought on that.
Yeah, I'm cheating a little bit. I'm on Genius looking at some of the comments. Yeah, I sometimes I get into this to try to see where they thinking, to kind of see if am I crazy or not. But so apparently he named Cole, he named Future, he named and he named LeBron, and on here it's saying Cole it obviously is known for uplighting messages, and we all know that fluff.
Yeah.
And so it looked like he, in this verse he said Cole made you feel empowered, but he's not your savior. So that's kind of putting that to bed, because he got a couple songs talking about that. Future, we know what Future is known for, that lavish life, You know, he got songs like fuck up some commas and blah blah blah. And he's in this verse he said, Future said, get a money counter, but he's not your savior. Now with Brian, Kendrick said in the verse, Brian made you give his flowers, but he's not your savior. And on here is pretty much saying how after the 2016, after he defeated the Warriors in 2016, remember, I think LeBron said this in an interview or something, but he was saying he demanded his damn respect. Remember that? Yeah. So that's pretty much saying Brian made you give his flowers, demanding the respect. So maybe that's something to it. So maybe I'm thinking that I don't think it have anything. Did No Name actually mention Kendrick before?
I looked at the tweet, and she said this, and I quote, "Poor Black," and this was almost to the day 2 years ago, in May 29th, 2020. She said, "Poor Black folks all over the country are putting their bodies on the line in protest for the collective safety, and y'all favorite top-selling rappers not even willing to put a tweet up. Niggas' whole discographies be about Black plight, and they are nowhere to be found." I mean, and everybody, even in the comments, everybody assumed that was a Kendrick shot.
Yeah.
So, look, I don't know if he's specifically mentioning that, but I would assume that he is plugged in enough to where he knew that him and No Name and J. Cole had a beef about this shit. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm reaching, but that's how I took it. The fact that he only named these names, you know, and he made sure to put J. Cole in there too.
Yeah,
because he was getting tore up about it too.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny because I'm looking more into this, and actually, the LeBron line was a replacement line. Do you want to know what the original line was according to Apple Music? The lyrics.
Go ahead and tell me.
The replacement line was, Ye said to speak loud, but he's not your savior. So yeah, Kanye in there. And what is Kanye known for? Being outspoken.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, it was smart that he removed that because I don't think anybody sees Kanye as like a savior of Black people at this point. I mean, this man says slavery was a choice.
Yeah.
I think the jig is up on Kanye.
Yeah,
he's supporting Trump and everything.
Outside the music part and some of the crazy fans, I don't think we look at LeBron. I mean, we don't look at Kanye as up there with the LeBrons and all the other people we name. Definitely not Future, but
yeah,
we don't look at him as one of them.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so that was kind of odd too, but it is what it is. Anyway, so yeah, on this song, Kendrick, along with Baby King, doing some background as well. He goes full in against people who label him a savior. Some standout bars, and there's a few of them. He says, "I seen niggas arguing about who's blacker." Or first he said, "I like it when they pro-Black, but I'm more Kodak Black." Which maybe that is the point of him putting Kodak on there to let people know I'm not Marcus Garvey, y'all. I'm more like Kodak. I'll be an ignorant rapper too sometimes, He also says, "I seen niggas arguing about who's blacker, even blacked out their screens and called it solidarity. Me meditating in silence made you want to tell on me." So he's saying, like, look, he's being quiet and everybody's calling him out. Then he also talked about how people are too scared to say what's on their mind because of cancel culture. He says, quote, bite their tongue in their rap lyrics, scared to be crucified about a song, but they won't admit it. Politically correct is how you keep an opinion. Niggas is tight-lipped. Fuck who dare to be different. So now he's saying it's dangerous to even speak your mind in rap. I'm sure that'll be controversial as well, but he's letting it fly here, man. He don't give a fuck no more. He's letting people know how he feels about the current political, I guess, cancel culture, if you call it that, on social media. He also says, quote, "The cat's out the bag. I'm not your savior. I find it just difficult to love thy neighbors, especially when people got ambiguous favors, but their heart's not in it. Everything for the paper, and people just want to be on the right side for history." And so, yeah, he kind of goes in on basically telling people they need to think for themselves and not look to people like Kendrick or a J. Cole or anybody else for guidance, because they're not the ones. And people have gone too far for canceling people for things, for their opinions or controversial thoughts. So that's what he's saying on the song, man. I like the song a lot. I like the beat a lot. I thought the beat was really good.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is basically what I consider the heart of the album. What Kendrick really wants to say to people in response to his absence for the past 5 years, and all the critics who called him out for not saying anything. I thought it was cool. I have mixed feelings about it, but I want to get your feelings first, man. What do you think about this song in general, Figgy?
I like the song. I like it a lot. I thought the beat was cold too. I'm kind of I'm so interested in Genius and them breaking down these lyrics. Now you can't really take these lyrics as gold. These are people like me and you probably what they think.
Yeah, and, sometimes you can't trust it at all, man, because it'd be no offense to white people, but it'd be some white people who don't know rap like that.
Yeah, honestly,
like they don't even know what the references are sometimes.
Or, to be honest, it'd be Twitter people who
put that too
much into it, where it's like it's not even that. I was just rhyming two things together. But the first verse is what kind of caught my attention. He said, the part where he said 2-time center confidence judge of my life, back peddler, what they say, you do the cha-cha. I'ma stand on it. 6'5" from 5'5". Fun fact, I ain't taking shit back. Like when it like the line you said, like it when they pro black, but I'm more Kodak. And in that last line, the Kodak Black last line, on here they said they was likely referring to how those who blacked out the screens. Remember that era? That was so that was so damn goofy. I can't remember.
They had like Kellogg's cornflakes blacking out their avatar. Like, all right,
it's true. It was people around here doing that. I was just like, oh my god, like that was probably the worst trend out of all of this.
It was bad. It was bad.
Yeah, the Blackout Tuesday.
Yeah,
whatever that was. But yeah. He said, and they were saying he was referring to how those who blacked out their screens and called it solidarity are only pro-black for those who aren't like Kodak and who gained noticeable political attention after his pardon and support of Donald Trump. So I wonder if he was really talking about that line, or he was just saying, I'm more hood like Kodak. I wonder if it's a deeper meaning, or is it just I'm just a hood nigga.
I think that's basically what he was saying. That was my interpretation, but you never know.
Yeah, that was mine too. But when I read this, it's kind of like, okay, but on here they got it deep where I guess it was the whole social media overnight activist aspect of it. And I guess it kind of makes sense a little bit. And side note, throughout this whole album, what do you think the high steppers mean? The steppers. Because I've seen a couple people saying, maybe people that tap dance for the man or whatever.
It was an ongoing motif in the songs. A lot of the songs had intros and outros with the stepping. I just thought that was just some pro-black shit he thought sounded cool, but I don't know really what he meant by it.
Yeah. I thought about it when I seen this line that the back peddlers, what they say, you do the cha-cha.
Yeah.
I'ma stand on it. I'm pretty much I'm gonna stand on the tall. He said I'm gonna stand on the 6'5" from 5'5". So it seemed like I'm standing on my shit type thing. And then fun fact, I ain't taking shit back. So pretty much whatever he said, he's standing on it. And I was wondering, like, now I wonder, is the steppers, is that more of a thing where y'all out here tap dancing type thing?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what made me think about that part.
I mean, it's possible. All things are possible with Kendrick, man. You never know, and that's the thing. Like we said earlier, the cool thing about his art is that it's subject to interpretation. You could take a million different interpretations of, you know, what he's talking about here, and they can make sense. But yeah. Another thing too. Kodak has 5 letters and Black has 5 letters.
Oh man.
What does it mean? More fives. We had to break down everything that has 5 anything in this album. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I'm mixed about this song, man. On one end, I respect the fact that Kendrick is just saying, look, I'm not who y'all thought I was or who y'all want me to be. I'm just me. I'm a family man. Don't expect me to be out there on the front lines. Fair enough. But I think No Name had a point too. Like, the country was descending into chaos. They're playing your music out there. You couldn't
Yeah.
say anything.
Yeah.
You couldn't put a video out. You couldn't put a
Mm-hmm.
tweet out. You couldn't put a pic on Instagram expressing that you feel their pain and anything. Like I said, it wouldn't have helped, but it would have meant a lot to people who were going through a lot at the time, people who were fans of his. I didn't need it, but I'm
Yeah.
saying it would have been a good look, better look than not saying anything.
Yeah.
And the radio silence from him was kind of deafening. I'm not saying he should have been killed over it, but
Mm-hmm.
I still don't see why he couldn't have said anything during that time. People are out there protesting, playing his music,
Yeah.
and nothing. It was crazy,
Mm-hmm.
man.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
This song is probably his most political song.
oh yeah,
Because it's a lot of little hidden meanings on, all the stuff that was going on. They even mentioned like some of this, like truth, it resides in the fire they need of his dire. Like they saying that, is referring to some of the protests over the past couple years. So it seemed like he kind of speaking out on him not really, or I guess him being silent.
yeah. But even through silence, I feel like you could do things like Jay-Z reportedly had been paying the bails for people to get out of if they had been arrested at a protest or something. And
Yeah.
like even things like that, him helping behind the scenes, even if you don't want to make his name like a big part of it, but
Yeah.
just to say you are meditating in silence, like,
Yeah.
man, that's kind of shitty to me. I got to be
Yeah.
honest.
Because if you look at somebody like Kendrick, if you listen to his music, he seemed like the type of person that would be on the front line.
Yeah, you would
That
think.
would that would be, all power to the people type shit outside of music. And like I said, I don't know. It seemed like if this album was talking about the stuff he went through since his album Damn, then I guess I kind of get it. Maybe he was going through a lot of shit, a lot of mental shit. But artists like this, I almost expect them to say something.
Yeah.
And, I'm like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of artists trying to, being forced to say something. But yeah, somebody like him, I was kind of expecting him to, at least put an album out during this time or something out
Like,
during this
look,
time.
a song, man.
Yeah, Lil
Like,
Baby put a fucking song out.
Little Baby was the only one, and then that song is so shitty too. Like that was such a both sides ass song. I really can't stand that shit. But at least he did something.
He went out the way and did it, man.
I don't like him recording a music video in the protest. That shit was kind of whack to me, but whatever. Yeah. But well, yeah, he could have, like I said, a tweet, an Instagram picture, something to show that I see y'all out there playing my shit. I stand with y'all. Would have went a long way with people who were out there in his fan base, and he didn't do it, man. For whatever reason, like you said, it could be mental issue, things that he was going through. He just didn't feel it. It didn't feel right in his soul. I
Yeah.
can get that, but at the same time, I can say that's kind of shitty.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. A couple other things he said in this song. Um he said, I don't care for no public speaking. And they all like to wonder where I've been protecting my soul in the valley of silence.
See, like,
So
what does that mean? Like,
yeah,
you just like this is the Drake critique. You
yeah,
just gonna ball up inside while everybody else is, going through hell. I'm not
yeah,
like, look, people out there, like I said, big fans of his, going through it, trying to fight for what they believe is right,
yeah,
and you're meditating in silence, protecting your soul. Like, okay, all right,
yeah,
it is what it is. But yeah,
yeah,
so he's at least he let us know what type of time he's on.
yeah,
So I don't think anybody should be expecting anything from him if something like this happens again. And
yeah.
that is what it is.
Like, nigga, I ain't trying to be out there.
Yep. Remember I said I ain't your savior. So
Yeah.
go to some other nigga. Like, all right. Okay. Now we go to the next song. A very controversial song. A lot has been said about this song.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I would love to hear what you got to say about this song.
Look, so the song is Auntie Diaries. And
Skip. Is a skip for you?
look, the first list, look, man, I understood what he was saying. And for people who haven't heard the song, he is basically describing his aunt who is now a trans man. And he talks about the recurring thing is how my auntie is a man now, and how basically he describes the discrimination she faced or he faced and his cousin faced as well for their sexual orientation, and how, you know, he says the F word in this quite a bit, but he does it from the point of how he used to say it all the
Yeah,
time, but he didn't think about the effect it had on his
yeah,
auntie or cousin, and how the family judged him, how the church shunned them for what they were. But he realized after time that, these people were having human experiences. Um, a tab says, "Don't roast Kendrick for being quiet. You and me and are introverts. So is Kendrick. He probably got social anxiety. I mean, probably. I'm sure he does because he don't do interviews or anything like that. But
yeah,
like I said, man, the state of the country at that time, a tweet, a Instagram picture, a short video of him letting people know that just something. Because, like I said, his
yeah,
music was being played out there, man, in
yeah.
a lot of places.
That was kind of his image, to be honest.
Yeah,
That was kind of his image, and
there's a lot of black revolutionary type shit
yeah,
he was going on.
yeah,
And like I said, he ain't have to be. I didn't expect to see him at the front lines holding a picket sign or some shit, man. I didn't expect that. But like I said, he could have said something. He could have. It
yeah.
could have
It
been
could have been a
tweeted.
simple. Honestly, it could have been a simple "Rest in peace, George Floyd."
Yes.
It could have been, damn, this is crazy, or and I'm not saying he got to pick a side or anything like that, because hell, all I know he could be, on the other side. But
Mm-hmm.
a simple, hey, rest in peace to George Floyd, or hey, he helped out George Floyd's family, or something like that, where it's like, okay, Kendrick, he paying attention.
Yeah.
He doing a little something, because you had people look out for George Floyd family. So it's kind of like, all right, they, he doing something, but he was just totally MIA.
Yeah.
And like I said, I don't know what he was going through. Maybe, he was really going through something bad where he had to help himself first. But I mean, obviously we ain't know. And you got this guy that's saying, nigga, we gonna be all right type thing. And during the most craziest time of our lifetime, when it comes to, the race element, he was gone.
Yeah. And like Kendrick is not like LeBron. He don't have a lot to lose in terms of like endorsements and shit. Like,
Yeah.
let's be real, man. He kind of plays to the beat of his own drum. He says
He can
what
do
he
what he wants.
says
Yeah.
exactly. So
Mm-hmm.
it's not like he faced cancellation for saying something or faced controversy. So it was a choice he made to stay silent. And I mean, we got to respect that for some people. But me personally, I just thought he could have said something. But it is what it is, like we said.
Yeah.
So back to the song, man. Like we said, the song is about the discrimination his auntie had faced when she had transitioned to a man, and also the cousin in his orientation as well, and kind of calling out the homophobia in a Black community, being critical of it. And at the very end, he talks about the viral moment in which he brought that white fan. I forgot all about this until I heard this, and I looked it up, and it was still funny.
What song was it?
There was a viral moment in where he talks about the end of the song where he brought the white girl upstage to sing with him, and she started rapping the nigga parts, and I think it was Good Kid, Mad City.
Oh, okay.
And man down, where you from, my nigga?
Oh,
she kept saying nigga, and
I forgot about that. Yeah,
look up the video when you get a chance, man. It's still funny as hell.
Yeah.
But so he brings that up and he says, okay, y'all can say the F slur as long as you cool with the white girl saying the N word. And it's like, okay, I get where he's going with it. So I didn't think it was a bad song, man. I get what he was doing. It's kind of like, it's one of the songs I won't go back to just because it's, kind of a slower song. The beat's kind of more mellow, laid back. It's not really a song you ride around bumping. But I understood what he was saying. Now, I do wonder, people have theories that this is not a real person, that this is one of the characters he talks about in one of his earlier records. And that could be true, too. But, yeah, I thought it was if the song was Good Kid, Mad City, yeah, man. But yeah, I thought it was a good song, man. I thought it was a good song. And what do you think about this, dog? Because I know it's controversial in the community already. People already picking it apart.
Yeah, I seen the actually seen the tweet. It was kind of funny. This guy said making a song about acceptance and saying a slur in the same song is crazy.
Yeah. People are going to be focused on that. I already knew that from the get-go.
Yeah, and honestly, I kind of understand because, to me, it's crazy because you can tell I've grown as a person because when he said the F word, I kind of jumped up a little bit like, ooh, like that was, I listen to stuff with a lot of cussing. But still, that one was like, ooh.
Yeah, it's been so long since you hear it, man, especially back and forth.
It was so common back in the day, man. Like the locks, all type of people said it constantly. It was like they didn't use it as like a bad. So it was more of an insult to people, just to regular people. And yeah, when he said it, I was like, ooh, like, ooh, dang, like you just keep saying it, like, ooh. But yeah, I like the song. I agree with you. I probably wouldn't go back to it all the time, but to me, I kind of look at this song similar to the Argument song, like how creative this guy is, man. Like I don't know if it's true or not either, but just how this dude writes songs and come up with songs and concepts where you can actually picture the song is insane, man. And a lot of the stuff you can't really picture. But with Kendrick Lamar, he's one of the best storytellers out there, in hip hop.
Yeah.
And you could actually picture this song. It's like, damn, you could actually paint a picture with this. And like we said, I don't know if this is true or not, but it's like, damn, I would think this was really going on in his life. So, yeah, I like the song. Probably wouldn't bump it all the time. If it come on, I play it. But yeah, man. In this album, how far we are in this album? I think
we are close to the end now. Yeah.
Yeah. This album so far, he addressing everything, man. And mind you, I'm listening to it. I listened to it one time, and it was all over the place. I was like, damn, this. I tweeted like, damn, this album is kind of overwhelming a little bit because he like reacting to everything. You could go down the line and it's like, damn, he talking about this, he talking about that, he talking about politics here and not, and staying quiet. He talking about, everything is kind of go back to mental health. I said it again, it go back to mental health, but he addressing every part of mental health. Mm-hmm. And it's like, damn, like that's the only common thing on this album, but everything else is like all over the place, man. And but it still sounds so good.
Yeah, it does, man. So yeah, like I said, controversial just because of the slur he used, but I think that was intentional to get people talking. And it made sense in context, but look, Twitter, social media, they're gonna have an issue with it regardless. It might even be an issue when it's up for award consideration, but who knows? Clearly he's not worried about that because he kept it as is. So
how do you feel about him actually using that word?
I mean, he was making a point. He was making a point. Like you here's the thing, like saying the N-word is like the same as saying nigga, dog. Let's be honest. Like saying the F word, can you imagine how stupid that would sound in the song?
Yeah.
F word, F word, F word. You said it all like that would sound so stupid, man. You have to say it in the context.
I'm thinking as a creative person, I probably would have beeped it out, have an actual beep in there. Mm-hmm. Because you would have knew, I'm not bleeping out fuck. So I would have probably been on my creative shit and just bleep the word out of respect type thing, because I don't think he have anything against, the LGBTQ. But
no, clearly not. He made the song, but
but they, some people ain't trying to hear that shit, man. Mm-hmm. Like the song could be so positive, and just him using that word, everything else go out the window. They saying they don't care. They ain't trying to hear the real message. So I'm kind of surprised he actually went on through with that. I would have got a little creative and just beeped it out of respect type thing.
It's risky, but I'm not too surprised. But then again, he did censor himself at the Super Bowl. So yeah, who knows, man? I ain't forget about that shit. So yeah, okay, Kendrick.
he took out police.
And we hate Popo. Like, you can't say we hate Popo. Yeah. Most people wouldn't even know what Popo meant, man. Come on now, dog.
Shit, you wouldn't be surprised, man.
That shit still annoys me, man. Come on, man. You know what don't even do this song if you can't say and we hate Popo when it shoots down in the street. It's more relevant now than ever. And you can't, whatever, man. Whatever. I'm about to get mad at this nigga again. So next song, man, Mr. Morale. I thought it was a good song, pretty upbeat. It was kind of odd placement in between some more kind of slower, introspective songs. Next song he's gonna be talking about his mother and the trauma he faced kind of extensively. So to go from the trans song to this and into that sonically is kind of jarring to me.
Yeah.
But I thought it was cool. A controversial bar here, though. He does say, I think about Robert Kelly. If he weren't molested, I wonder if life will fail him. Mm. Now, I get what he's saying, I think, but I feel like if Twitter gets wind of this line, they're going to say like he's making excuses for R. Kelly and his behavior.
Yeah.
Like he only did those things because he was molested.
Yeah, this is a line because it really don't say much. It can mean all type of different ways. Because I hear people talk about it often. I've seen some people crazy enough to say they feel like R. Kelly is the victim too. Mm-hmm. He's also a victim because of what happened when he was younger. And not saying they trying to give him an excuse, but it's kind of like that funky looking Law and Order episode where the person's molesting the kid, and then you find out that person was being molested, and down the line, and they go arrest the old ass person who was doing the molesting 40 years ago or some shit like that. Where it's like, oh, we can't send, they get all stupid. Oh, we can't send this person to jail. He was molested. And, it's same, it could come across like that. Or some people could just take it as, why are you trying to make an excuse for him? Like, throw this motherfucker in jail. So, yeah, I can see people running away with this a lot.
Yeah. And it's his second R. Kelly mention on the album too. Remember, he brought it up during the
argument.
the fight song too. So yeah, man, I feel like people are gonna take these bars and maybe pick them apart. And yeah, look, I think part of what Kendrick is expressing here is that we're all flawed inside and we all deserve some sort of understanding, maybe not forgiveness all the time, but he's trying to bring up the fact that we are all, traumatized, flawed people in ways. And yeah, that's going to be controversial because people don't want to hear that about people like R. Kelly. But I think there's some truth to it, man. So
yeah,
another risk he took.
Yeah, he also mentioned in his song, he mentioned Tyler Perry. And I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything. I don't keep up with Tyler Perry personal life or nothing. But he mentioned how the bar was Tyler Perry, the face of 1,000 rappers, using violence to cover up what really happened. I'm not sure what happened with Tyler Perry, but I'm looking at some couple notes, and it said what Kendrick said that Tyler Perry, revealing this information make him the face of 1,000 rappers. He was insinuating that many rappers are assaulted or abused as children. Then stated that violence and gang violence some rappers take part of, and the stuff they rap about is they using that to pretty much bury the pain and bury the trauma, the childhood trauma. So like I said, I don't keep up with Tyler Perry. I don't know if he had an interview where he said he was abused as a kid or something like that. I'm not sure what type of abuse, but he pretty much Kendrick pretty much saying it's a lot of rappers that been abused and went through a lot of trauma as kids, and they doing all this gang stuff to kind of cover it up. So back to my mental health thing and back to the theme of the album is he kind of all over the place, but he's on one subject. He like it's like it's like the name of the album is called Mental Health, and each track is a chapter. Like we're going to talk about relation mental health. We're going to talk about childhood mental health. We're going to he's literally going over everything that have to do with mental health.
Yeah. And he goes into that. He takes that bar, and maybe that's why he formatted it like this, because he took that bar and he kind of expanded it in this next song, because he talks about what he experienced, and he also talks about how generations have affected all this and how it happens to rappers to this day still. So he takes that and kind of folds it over into his own song in the next song. So yeah, pretty interesting foreshadowing from Kendrick there. So yeah, like I said, I thought that song was cool. Probably not a play every time I listen to the album. I might skip it, but I thought it was all right for what it was. Next song is called Mother I Sober. A way more kind of laid back, kind of more serious song, definitely more serious. Now I have to say, I know if a lot of people really caught this. Him getting Beth Gibbons from Portishead is a huge get. Like that's really just a flex, because Portishead ain't made an album since 2008, and Beth Gibbons is the lead singer of Portishead, and she don't do features at all. Like she don't do features for people, man. Yeah. So this is almost getting the Sade feature level rare. Sade is like the ultimate rarest feature you can get, because she don't do any, and people be trying to get her for features. So if features were like Pokemon Sade would be like Mewtwo or something, like the most rare one you can get. But Beth Gibbons and Portishead is like right below that.
Damn. Okay.
Because she don't do features, man, and they don't even put out albums like that no more. They do tours sometimes, but they go a long breaks in between.
Damn.
And you know, a lot of rappers were influenced by Portishead. Kanye West says his second album, Late Registration, was heavily influenced by Portishead. So you know he would kill to have Beth Gibbons on his as a feature on any of his albums or any of his songs.
Yeah,
but
he should
Kendrick
have
got it.
Should have had one, to be honest.
Yeah,
I feel like Kanye would be the one that had a feature like this.
I agree. No, he's always propped her up and said she was a big influence on his music. And yeah, Kendrick got him. Kendrick got Bono on his last album. Like he got fucking Beth
Chris
Gibbons.
Martin. Yeah, he got a lot of people.
Yeah, he's collecting them like Pokemon, man. He's getting the rarest features out here. And now it's just a flex. I don't feel like she really added a whole lot to this song, but I feel like that was just a flex to say, look who I got. She don't even do music like that no more, and I got her. So yeah, just a flex.
Got Michael Jackson though, man.
Yeah, and then he threw that song out, and that because it was a fucking flop, and he acted like it was because of the allegations. Like, nigga, shut up. That shit made me sick, man. But anyway, back to the song, man. So yeah, in this song, Kendrick kind of talks about the trauma from seeing his mother beaten and his sex addiction. He kind of goes into deep about his sex addiction here. Talks about how it caused a rift between him and his wife. And he kind of relates it to like slavery and all the traumatic effects from Black people being treated like second-class citizens. And he talks about rappers being molested and sexually abused as well at a young age and how that affects them as well. So he really gets into all those conversations, difficult ones, but ones that need to be had, to be honest. So yeah, I like the song, man. I thought it was Kendrick at his most, I guess, like this is the most he's ever shared. I'm assuming this is all true.
Most open.
Yeah, this is the most open, most vulnerable we've ever seen Kendrick. Because he's really going in deep about his personal life and his trauma. So yeah, definitely. This is kind of like the I said the other song was the main chorus. This is like the second main chorus. I don't know. It's very much all the themes of the album kind of coalesce at this track. So good song, not a really replayable one just because it's so deep and the production is kind of limited, but still, heartfelt and a good track, in my opinion. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a super deep song. This ain't something you gonna play in the gym. Besides, no, I don't think anything on this album
you not play. Really.
This is something you just gotta sit and think about.
Headphone music, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Riding by yourself type music and just thinking. But yeah, I like the song too. Like I said, it's showing another part of mental health, man. It's like this is like a book on mental health, and this is the close to the last chapter. And it's amazing how he's going through anything. And this is my prediction of it. So maybe it's not even this way. Maybe he didn't put it this way, but it ain't like it ain't like it's nothing but pain from all over the place. From every track. I can't see no type of other thing he could be going through, man. And I don't know if everything in this is true, but if it is, man, I need to pray for that man because there's a lot to go through, man. Like I know he ain't go through all this in 5 years, but just in a lifetime, man, this is a lot. This is a lot on anybody's plate. And then if you throw in fame and money in there, it might be worse than the life me and you living.
Mm-hmm.
Because now you got a lot of money and people got the handout, you know, all type of stuff, man. Cousins stealing from you or trying to steal from you, trying to sue you, all this other crap. So, yeah, man, I think he getting this is a mental health album, man.
Yeah, I mean, it sets it all on the hook too. I wish I was somebody, anybody but myself. You know, kind of goes into deep about the state of mind he was in or has been in, and the personal issues it's caused in his own family, man. So his own, like you said, his own wife don't trust him now. His addiction done fucked that up too. So yeah, very very deep song, man. A very personal song, deeper than I thought Kendrick would ever go.
Yeah.
Or any of us even thought he had these issues. But I mean,
Mm-hmm.
he got into his bag, man, and he really kind of laid it bare for everybody to see. So yeah,
Yeah.
good song. Like you said, won't be playing this in any other area probably, but interesting look into his life and kind of the tough discussions and talks that people just don't want to have, but we all need to hear at some point. So
Mm-hmm.
and wrapping it up, we're finally at the last track called Mirror. This song is basically, this can be interpreted a few ways. Now, you can see it as him again addressing that he, the absence he took and why he did, because he chose himself. But you can also interpret it as him potentially hinting at stepping away from rap entirely.
Mm.
So that's kind of the theme of this song. He
Yeah.
says the pressure is taking over on him and he doesn't want to say the truth sometimes, but he keeps repeating, I choose me, I'm sorry. And he
Yeah.
also says, at the end, maybe it's time to break it off, run away from the culture and follow my heart.
Mm.
So,
Yeah.
retirement? I don't know. What do you
Yeah.
think? What are your theories?
He also mentioned in his line in this verse saying you won't grow waiting on me. So he pretty much saying, don't wait on another
Yeah.
Kendrick out. Don't wait on me. Move on. Because you ain't gonna grow. And yeah, yeah, it sounds like he pretty much telling the audience to stop. And stop applying pressure for him to drop or give opinions whenever issues and all that stuff come up. So that's kind of saying a lot, man. So I don't know if we gonna, I don't know if every 5 years will be a Kendrick album, but I would guess, that would probably be the average. I don't see a Kendrick album coming out every, year or anything like
Oh,
that, man.
hell no. Hell
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah. And yeah, even in the hook is I choose me, I'm sorry. He's saying, look, I'm picking me over everybody else. And he apologizing for picking him. So I think it is a little something there. And we remember we talked about this, how this going to be his last album. I thought maybe it was going to be his last album for good.
mm-hmm.
And remember we got the report that, he doing his own thing afterwards, maybe a own label or something like that. But I was wondering if he was even interested in rapping anymore because it been a long time and maybe he's not really that inspired. And he mentioned that throughout this song, how, he had writer's block for 2 years. So I wonder if he's even interested in doing music at a high level like this. Maybe he will ride off in the sunset and maybe be on this Andre 3000 thing where he just pop up on somebody's verse once in a while or release something once in a while.
That's what I thought too. That's what I thought he was hinting at here. But what's really interesting too? Right when this album dropped, he announced this really worldwide tour where he's basically going to be in a new city every day starting July 16th.
Mm.
So it's like I'm retiring, but by the way, I'm going on a worldwide tour. I'll be in Europe and New Zealand too, and I'm going to be in every major city in the country for pretty much a new city every single day. So, does this sound like the activity of somebody who is trying to get away from the rap game?
To be honest, it kind of do. It kind of do because he didn't announce anything outside of this song. But this, to me, dropping this album and then dropping a tour right after that, and he's going to every city and all that stuff, that might sound cool from a money part. But this sound like this is the last. This is the last ride. Like, I'm gonna knock out all of these cities. I'm gonna go everywhere because a lot of artists don't do that now. They when was the last artist that did like a full blown world tour?
Yeah,
and he trying to hit everything every day, and he's starting as soon as July.
Yeah,
usually you kind of let the album cook a little bit. And then you drop a tour, maybe a tour date towards the end of the year for next year. But he dropped the album, he announced the tour, world tour, and he trying to get a jump on it. It's like he trying to hit everywhere before he disappear.
Yeah, that could be it too, man. I don't know. That could be true. I don't know. Even the poster says, "Come help Mr. Morale get out of the box." So, like, it's basically saying, "Let's get this nigga out of the house." But this tour is huge, man. He's gonna be in Houston on the 22nd of July. Are we going?
I'm down to go. Where at? You know where at?
Let me go ahead and click the. It's going to be at the Toyota Center.
Okay.
All right. Friday at 7:30.
Friday 7:30. Okay.
We might. I consider it.
Podcast on the road, man.
Yeah. I better not see no vaccination requirement, Kendrick. Okay. He's supposed to be. Kendrick is unvaxxed. He kind of mentioned. We didn't even mention that. He mentioned Kyrie and the vax. What song was that?
It might have been the last song. I want to. Was it the last song? Or this is the last song, right?
Yeah, it is.
Damn, what? I can't remember what song that was.
I'll look it up now because it's gonna bother me.
Yeah, I actually remember that, but I can't remember.
Oh yeah, he said, what was it called? I don't even say what the song said, but he said, what song was it? Hold on. Okay, it was a Savior. Oh yeah, it was Savior. He said, "Seen a Christian say the vaccine the mark of the beast. Then he got COVID and played to Pfizer for relief. Then I got COVID and started to question Kyrie. And then he said something like, will I stay organic and just sit in bed sick for 2 weeks or something like that?" So, is Kendrick Lamar vaccinated?
Yeah. if he is, ain't you ain't gotta worry about no vaccine card.
Yeah, you were right.
Man, I don't even know where my damn vaccine card is. We haven't used one since we had it here in Houston.
Yeah, I had to get a test for the Rockets game I went to, but that was only because we had close seats, and that was the only time it was required. But yeah.
Side note, do you think it's weird how randomly somebody just pop up positive? How the Steve Kerr ended up with COVID and had to miss the playoff games?
Yeah,
I'm like, damn, I forgot it was COVID going on. They say he was out for COVID protocols. I'm like, what?
All that shit's gonna be done with next season, man. Trust me. Like, people will be out. They might say people got COVID. They'll just say he got flu-like symptoms or some shit.
Yeah, they probably doing that shit.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think I don't think he got to worry about that.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll
Unless you got some backstage passes or something.
Yeah, that's true. But I don't know. Hey, it's early in the tour too, so hey, he shouldn't be tired yet. So maybe it should be a good show, man. Maybe I'll think about getting some tickets. We gotta maybe take the podcast on the road, as you say.
Yeah, record outside for a little bit.
Might have to, man. Might have to. So that wraps up the album, man. So let's talk about how we feel about it and the perception we've seen or reception we've seen online. I'll start with you, Figgy. I want to know, look, legacy was on the line, like we said. Did Kendrick Lamar preserve his status as arguably top 3, if not top 1, rapper in the game right now? Or was this album kind of a misstep for his legacy? One day in, I know you got to say it.
Yeah. I do feel like I feel like this was a smart move for him doing this. I don't know if he did this on purpose, but this was a smart move because he didn't try to. It seemed like he didn't try to top the last album. This seemed like it was a whole different direction, and I gotta say he's kind of on that Kanye level of making different type of albums. Because remember Kanye got to a point where he made. He made Late Registration, which was kind of more of a early Kanye album. Then he went to Graduation, which was kind of, it was kind of Kanye too, but a little different from, his early shit. And then it's like 808 Heartbreak, where it's just like, whoa, shit, what the fuck is this? And me being a Kanye fan, I was not a fan of that album. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, nah, this ain't the same Kanye. And then it go to, something else. And, the rest of the Kanye albums are like totally different where you don't know what type of Kanye you getting. And, at the time, and I understand a lot of people sitting there saying, this album is trash and that type of stuff. But this could be one of those albums where you go back to it and it's like, damn, like he was a little ahead of his time. And, it could start a trend. I don't think it's gonna be a big trend, but this could be a thing where Tab said it. I want to say he said it to me earlier. He was talking about how it kind of remind him of Andre 3000 and Love Below a little bit. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you remember back in the day, but people was tearing his ass up for that.
Yeah, I hated that.
Yeah, they say, what the fuck is wrong with him? Ain't no rap on here. We was looking for the rap record. There was one rap song on there. And that was probably the hardest song. One of my favorite songs of all time. Yeah. But it kind of got that feel to it a little bit. But I think he did really good with this. He didn't do anything similar to Damn, in my opinion. I don't even hear a song on here that can possibly be in rotation on the radio. So this seemed like it seemed like he had a purpose for this album. He did everything strategic, and it seemed like he didn't care. He wasn't trying to get radio hits or radio plays or stuff like that. And I think that was very important. This is kind of similar to Pimp a Butterfly to me. Yeah. To Pimp a Butterfly, even though he did have a couple songs that was, a little radio friendly, but this was one of those albums where it's like, whoa, like you either gonna like it or you gonna hate it. But as time goes on, you'll probably understand it, because I think a lot of people didn't really like To Pimp a Butterfly at the time. Mm-hmm. But now when you go back to it, it's like, damn, this shit was kind of creative. He got the what's the group? I forgot George Clinton, and you got people like that, as Bootsy Collins, and it's like, okay, like damn, that kind of makes sense, and everything, the way he put everything together, it makes sense. It was kind of a little jazzy too, but yeah, man, I think what he did was kind of smart with this, and I felt like that took him. We had the conversation of, can he top his last album? I feel like that's not even a conversation now, because it's not even similar to the last album. Mm-hmm. It's like totally left field. But I still think it's a good project, man. I like artists who can do this type of stuff. And unfortunately, we in Mob Ties, so we can't criticize Drake too much.
No, of course not.
But, Drake never did anything like this. I don't think he will. But his last couple projects sound exactly the same. So, you can make the argument and say, nah, this album wasn't it. It wasn't better than the last one. But Kendrick, you can't even make that argument because they not even comparable unless you just strictly looking for some radio hits or, some Rihanna features and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But you can't even do that with this one. So I think he was really smart with that. And you can't even, I think that put him in a whole different category for him to make a whole album like this. And, I'm going to keep bringing it up again, man. This was a mental health album, man.
Oh, yeah.
And so for my first listen to it, my first full listen, I was kind of overwhelmed, man. I'm like, what is the direction to this album, man? It seemed like he all over the place. And once I got to the part where they would, the fight song, I'm like, damn, what is going on here? And the further I got towards the end, I'm like, damn, this dude, like, I'm not sure if this is all of his experience or he just trying to lay out everything that happens, with, Black people with mental health. But he laid out everything, man. So I'm like, damn, was he, it kind of got me thinking like, damn, was he going through all of this the whole time? Or is this just a rap thing, just being creative? But I think it's genius. And yeah, man, I like it a lot. I wouldn't recommend this album to a lot of people. Mm-hmm. A lot of people come to the podcast to, see, try to find a good album to listen to. I feel like you have to be in a certain mood. You gotta be a certain type of person to listen to this album. If it was somebody who didn't really like rap music as much, I would not give them this album to listen to. I feel like they wouldn't understand it. They wouldn't understand the fight part. I know you ain't really care for that song that much, but somebody that don't really care for rap or don't really understand it as much, or somebody that's new to it, they wouldn't understand that part at all. So, and it's a lot of songs on here that's kind of similar. That's like, hey, what the fuck is going on? Or the beat is kind of strange, or the beat might be a little too fast. He might out rap the beat a little bit, and it's not really friendly to a normal ear that's not a hip hop ear. So I probably wouldn't recommend this album to anybody, but if you're a Kendrick fan, if you're just a real hip hop fan and like different creative stuff like this, or just creative stuff, period, and like to think outside the box, I would recommend this album for you. But the production on here is different. And I like it, man. I think he did a good job with this. I don't know where he's going after this album. I wonder, what more can we get from Kendrick? He seemed like he tired of us waiting around for him. Mm-hmm. But I'm wondering if this will be his last big time project like this.
Yeah, that's a fair question. We don't know. We don't know where he goes from here. I mean, you could argue that maybe he spilled everything because he knew it was going to be it. He didn't plan to record a whole lot after this. So, yeah, who knows? As far as how I felt, I liked the album a lot, man. On first listen, I thought it was really refreshing in general. And like I listened to it, like I said, without seeing any people's thoughts or reactions to it, and just listening to it, the beats, the instrumentation, it just felt like a breath of fresh air, man. That because a lot of music be sounding the same 808 drum patterns, like same slowed, like a lot of music these days. That's why I still haven't gotten around to this fucking Future album, man. Like I tried to put it on a few days ago. I just turned it off, man. I'm like, this shit is just the same shit we've been hearing for years now, dog.
You know what Future is, though, man.
Yeah, I know. I'm not. Look, yeah. I'm not expecting him to put out a Kendrick type album. I'm just saying,
you
like, I was getting. Yeah, I was saying I was getting tired of it, man, because like
Yeah,
so much music sounds the same, especially when these same like I'm talking about Young Thug, Gunna, Young Thug be mixing it up. I'm not gonna put him in there, but like coming off the Gunna album, listening to the Future album, things like that. But like all the music be sounding samey sometimes, man.
yeah,
And listening to the Kendrick album was like a breath of fresh air for me. I like the production. I like the album, man. Um, do I like it as much as Damn right now? Look, one day reaction, you never know. You gotta let things percolate. But I no,
yeah,
it didn't hit me like Damn did. Um, I thought that there were some questionable choices on this album, things that just didn't work for me. Um, there were some good concepts here, but they were only good for one listen. I feel, you know,
yeah,
there are certain songs where it's like you're just not going to go back to it. Um, but overall, and like some people are likening this to like an art project. You know, they're
yeah,
saying it's barely even like a rap album, and I can understand that. Uh, but that's also why I feel like this will be Kendrick's most divisive album.
hmm,
You know, the same way people thought To Pimp a Butterfly would be. I think this is what is actually going to be that,
yeah,
because I already
yeah,
see it on the timeline, man. A lot of people are mixed. I see a lot of people who are saying this is the great piece of work. Others are saying Kendrick fell off. And what the
yeah.
fuck is this?
To me, this is like the love below. To
Yeah.
me, yeah. I know Andre was doing a lot more singing,
Hmm.
but this is like the love below. Yeah, this is the love below for me.
Yeah, it will be divisive. I will say it came out and the Metacritic score was like at 100, and it don't deserve that. This is not a perfect album. It has some missteps, some things that could have been arranged differently or left off, but it is a very good album, and that's really all you can ask for from these artists, man. Just give us good music, and we'll like it don't have to be your best work ever, especially when you're 10 plus years in the game. Just give us good music, man. That's all we really
Yeah,
want at the end of the day. Some good music. That's all I really asked for. And this was that for me. But I do wonder how this album will age because, like I said, the reception I'm seeing is very mixed. I will say more negative than mixed on my feed.
mm,
And I'm wondering if this will be an album that people appreciate later on, or if this is just going to be seen as Kendrick's flop.
mm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Uh,
I wouldn't say people would look at this as Kendrick flop because the way Kendrick, if this was like J. Cole or something, or I don't even think J. Cole would do anything this deep. But let's say J. Cole tried to do something deep like this, and it was just in J. Cole fashion. I would understand why people would say that's a flop because it's like, man, you trying something different. This ain't it. But Kendrick put a lot of thought into everything he do.
yeah,
And it helped that he don't say anything because it leaves us, people like us, trying to guess and figure out and all this stuff, the Twitter investigators, to say what this really means and all this other stuff. And I think he's the only person that can probably get away with this because everything he got on here had a meaning. We talked about this earlier, 3 hours ago. And we've been talking about this dude for 3
yeah,
hours.
yeah,
But we talked about the song, the Heart Part 5 and the album cover and or the artwork and the hands for all the people he played in the video and stuff like that. And it's like, damn, like to me, it seemed super simple, but that's a lot of work into that, man. That's a lot of thought behind that. To have some artwork of people hands, and this is number five heartbeats, and if that the Heart Part 5, and I even seen somebody talking about the video, how he was, the background was kind of red, and that symbolized you know, blood, the inside of your body or something.
Mm-hmm.
And he was kind of he wasn't directly in the middle of the screen. He was towards the left a little bit, and that's where the heart is. And
Mm-hmm.
like, I don't even know if that's true because he don't say shit.
Yeah.
But
it's fun to think about and make those kind of theories and observations, man, because they could be true.
Yeah. And let's go with it and say it is true. It's like, damn, like all of this little stuff, the song could not be good. But if you could get all of these different meanings out of it, then it's like, damn, like it's a reason why he did this, or it's a reason why he picked this beat, or it's a reason why he rapped on the song like this. And it make it where you can't even be mad at it, man. It's like, damn, okay, that's Kendrick, because he the only person that can do that. Ain't nobody gonna really call him out like how, people like me and you call out J. Cole for being fake woke and all this other stuff. Like, ain't nobody gonna call him. I don't think a lot of people gonna call him out for this album. They gonna say they either gonna like it or they gonna say it's not for me, which I totally respect, because a lot of people, Tab said he didn't like To Pimp a Butterfly. And some stuff is not for us. I wasn't the biggest fan of that album at the time.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, but now I kind of understand it. But one thing for sure we know is, he not trying to fool everybody and be on this fake woke shit type thing. He have a message around every little thing. And I mentioned the whole Jordan Peele thing. I feel like I gotta listen to every little thing, look at every little detail, because I might be missing something. And when you got an artist like this, it's either you gonna respect it and love it, or it's not gonna be for you.
Yeah, I agree. And it's kind of like the way you can pick at his lines kind of reminds me of MF Doom, man, because MF Doom used to rap like that, and like he would hide certain things, and certain things, references you wouldn't get, and you would look it up and like, oh, wait a minute, okay, that's what he's saying. Like, I don't think Kendrick is that level of lyricist, but the pictures he paints are top tier, man. Like some of the best in rap. He's great at setting a story, setting a scene, and his visuals are always on point. So, yeah, man, I think it's fun to interpret things your own way. And like we had a whole conversation about the crown of thorns. What does that really mean? So it's fun to interpret things, and it's kind of like watching, like you said, Jordan Peele Get Out or something like that, or like a Stanley Kubrick movie. He's one of those directors who was famous for having hidden meanings and double meanings in all these frames of his movies, and you really got to look at it and really think about what he's doing and why these things are over here. So yeah, it's kind of like that in rap form, and it's fun, man. It's fun to have a rapper that's like that, With a Drake, no, like we said, we ain't knocking Drake, but with him, like, you get what you get, and you know what you're gonna get.
It's a little generic. Even look, man, not to even pick on Drake, you can kind of say the same thing about Jay-Z.
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
Yeah, he got some super clever bars, and we talked about the Faison Love part where we like, oh shit, we didn't even pick up on that. That stuff is vanilla compared to what Kendrick be doing. And Drake, Jay-Z, Cole, they're a little more flashy and a little more vanilla. Kendrick is kind of like, damn, like you really got to think. Like I tried to listen to this album early this morning as I was working. And I'm like, damn, I can't do it because I got to focus.
You got to pay attention. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't
I rewound this album a lot. Me too. Because I kept trying to catch, like, wait, what did he say there? I rewound this probably more than any album I've listened to recently.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like, it's like watching a movie. Some movies you could just throw on and just chill.
Yeah.
And then you know what's happening. Some other movies or shows, you got to be like, wait a minute. Like, let me go back. How the fuck did they get here this quick? Like, I totally missed it. And you got to really pay attention. So, yeah, man, like I said, Kendrick, I think this is a really good album. I'm not saying this is better than all of his other albums. I'm not calling it a classic, but this album do stand out. He did something totally different. It have a meaning to it. And yeah, we'll see how it do, a couple years from now. But this ain't something you could compare any of his albums to.
Yeah. And I think critical reception will be really high. I expect this to get Rap Album of the Year. Straight up. No matter what else drops this year, I don't see Kendrick not getting it this year. I think he's going to get that. So I think it'll be very well received critically, but within the public, I think it's going to be mixed for a while, man. This might be something that people look back on years later and finally appreciate. But right now, the public perception doesn't seem to be too kind towards Kanye or Kendrick, I mean. So I don't know. But we'll see. Like we said, it's a good album, worth a listen to form your own opinion. Don't go off what you see on social media, even what we say. Listen to it yourself, make your own decision, and however you feel is how you feel. Tab says he was replaying it back to back. Yeah, you got to, man. You got to make sure you catch everything, dog.
Yeah, this ain't Future where you could just listen to the beat and just, clean the house up and shit. Yeah. This one, I'll try to clean the house up. I'll try to do some work. I end up going right back to my phone trying to play the track back. Yeah, and I'm like, you know what? I need to be in the car or I need to be in the room just focused on this.
You got to focus on the bars, man. So
yeah,
Tab ask us a question. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I was just saying, I just had to focus, man. And I knew we was doing this podcast and we had to break everything down. So I couldn't come in here like, oh, yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, we had to do a deep dive.
Yeah, we ain't even talk about the little line he talked about with Drake and Kanye being cool.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I didn't mark that down, but yeah, that was interesting that he name dropped them.
Yeah,
and that goes into my theory again because look, I had to assume that Kendrick is cool with Kanye because number one, Baby Keem is all over Kendrick or Kanye's work right now. They've collabed together, and also he used the face. So I assume when he was surprised they got together or were cool again, he was more surprised that Kanye would actually reach out to Drake and tie shit up because I think that they both for a while didn't like Drake. And now it's just Kendrick who don't like Drake.
Yeah, he name dropped Kanye a lot, man. He mentioned him in that song talking about Drake. He had the line that's not currently in the song now that was replaced by the LeBron line. He was Kanye in the video in the Heart Part 5.
Yep.
And also in the Baby Keem song, remember he said I ain't changed I ain't go to church like Kanye. I'm an old school Gemini.
Yeah.
Something like that. So this is kind of interesting, man. He name dropping Kanye a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And he sounded like he was disappointed that they kissed and made up.
Yeah. Because I think Kendrick was on Kanye's side there. So he was like, yeah what the fuck? I thought we was all I thought it was an anti-Drake camp over here. You and Pusha T over here.
Yeah, he probably was like, see, I knew it. I knew he was gonna be like that. And now they cool. Damn. Got y'all made up.
Yep. No, 100%. Well, speaking of Drake, Tab asked us a question. He says, so it's safe to say this Kendrick album is better than Drake's and Kanye's last albums. I will say Drake for sure because
100%.
I don't think Certified Lover Boy was that good at all. I think it was actually looking back Drake's worst album, definitely. So definitely better than.
I can't wait to revisit that, man.
Yeah,
that album.
I don't know if we want to.
Yeah, we need to talk about where this album ranks in the Drake category.
At the bottom to me, man, even below Views. There's Views songs I still go to. I ain't gonna shit on CLB.
Yeah, what song are we playing on there? Too Sexy for Myself?
Not dog. That shit's played out now,
man.
Anything from CLB people still play right now? I don't know. Look, I'm not outside like that. Maybe we gotta ask Kevin.
Probably got some good album cut songs on there, but Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's a
I
really
still like the intro a lot. I'll say that much. I still like the intro. What was it called? Champagne something? I can't fucking remember. But I like the intro a lot. But anything else, eh. I can't think. I can't even name any of the songs. The
yeah,
song's way too sexy, and I can't even
yeah.
name the intro. So yeah,
Mhm.
that says all you can. Kanye, I don't know, man. I like Donda a lot. I still go back to Donda, especially the deluxe version with the Andre 3000 track. So I don't know. See, as a project, Kendrick's album is better, but
Yeah,
there are songs that I like on Kanye's album more than if that makes sense. So it's hard to
yeah,
compare those two.
yeah. I agree. I like the Kanye one better. I would play that more.
Hmm.
But like I said, this you said it too, Tab. This ain't a rap album, pretty much. And it's totally. I think it's comparing apples to oranges.
Kind
Like
of,
it's
kind of.
not even. Yeah, it's not even the same. I mean, they both rap albums. They, if they was in a category together, they'd be put against each other, where you have to pick one.
Hmm.
But these are two totally different vibes, man. Like Kanye is making just great, good music, and he did take a little more time than usual for this Donda album. But Kendrick, he put a lot of thought into this. So if these two albums was doing the verses, I think Donda will probably win because some of the best,
Oh yeah.
because it sounds better. And stuff like the average ear can relate to more than a song with him and the girl arguing back
Hmm.
and forth. But as far as like a full blown body of work, it, you got to me you got to go with Kendrick's album.
Yeah.
To me that's a full blown good body of work where everything is placed in the right positions. There's nothing that's kind of off, and even the one we thought that was a little off, which
Yeah, it kind of made sense.
yeah, that even made sense. So yeah, I think Kendrick's whole body of work makes that album better than Kanye's, but I will always I still listen to Kanye's album, man.
Yeah, me too. Me
But
too.
you really got to for this Kendrick. I'll probably play it for the rest of the week, to be honest. But you really got to be in the mood. I can't play this song. I can't play this album with my wife in the car.
Hmm.
She want me to put on something else. You got to be in real deep thought and be in a certain type of vibe to listen to this.
Yeah.
And she ain't trying to be in that type of vibe. She could deal with Kanye, but she couldn't even deal with the arguing song.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that was a lot. And yeah, by last album, we're assuming is Donda because we're not counting Donda 2. Okay. That is not an album nobody's heard who ain't paid no $200 for that bullshit. So yeah,
Yeah,
Donda is Kanye's last album. I don't count no Donda
yeah.
2.
How do you feel about nobody, no other rapper or bit time rapper at all dropping on Kendrick's date? You seen stuff with, I think a couple people might have was dropping around the time Kanye was dropping.
Mhm.
We knew what Kanye was doing whenever Drake was trying to drop.
Yeah, Drake. Look, that was strategic.
Look,
It
everybody
was
stood out the way,
strategic.
man.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Everybody cleared out.
Hmm.
LeBron going up for a dunk. Back in the day, is like, all right, like let him have this one. It wasn't nobody trying to block that shit. So
Yeah. No,
it's
I mean it was
yeah,
smart. I think some people did drop, but no big artists. Even Future, did a few weeks before because
yeah,
he
yeah,
knew, like, yeah, even he knew he couldn't
yeah,
drop the same day as Drake or Kendrick.
yeah, yeah. I ain't talking about the super small, or because I say like Black Youngster drop something.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, all right, who.
I don't think their fan bases don't even cross, man.
Nah,
Anybody
they
listen to Black Youngster in 2022 is not checking for Kendrick, okay?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seemed like everybody kind of stood out the way on that one,
Hmm.
and that's kind of rare.
Yeah. But I mean, look, a 5 year absence, highly anticipated album. Nothing was gonna stop Kendrick. But yeah,
I
like,
damn sure wouldn't drop with him. Like if I was,
oh
I
hell
mean, if I
no.
was if I was Black Youngster, then it probably wouldn't matter. But
Yeah.
if I'm, somebody like a ASAP Rocky or somewhere not big as Kendrick, but kind of under him,
Mm-hmm.
shit, I'm staying out the way, man.
Oh, you have to, man. Like,
Yeah,
look, this is look, if Kendrick dropped more, this would be you might consider it, but like first album in 5 years, come on, man, you had to clear out
yeah,
the way, especially when he
yeah,
telegraphed it and
yeah,
said well ahead of time when he was dropping the album. Yeah,
yeah,
they had to clear out the way, man. They had to
yeah.
respect it.
He pretty much came out with the shotgun, and people said, "Omar coming, Omar
Yep,
coming."
Omar coming. Yep, Kendrick coming. Yep,
He started whistling. Everybody like Omar coming, Kendrick coming, Kendrick coming. That's
yep.
exactly what it was.
Had to clear out the way, man. But I understand. I understand.
Yeah.
Um,
How many records you think he gonna sell this week?
I'm not good at the projection type game, man. I would
250?
guess like over 100K, but I don't know. Like in this era, I don't know, man. It's hard to predict. I would guess well over 100K, but I don't know, man.
Now, one of our favorite rappers or new favorite rappers, Jack Harlow, he sold, I want to say like 115 his first week, which was kind of shocking to me.
yeah, I think, yeah, that is okay. With Kendrick, I gotta say, if Jack Harlow did 115, Kendrick gotta do like 150.
Yeah, I gotta, man, give. I will probably know for sure by like maybe Tuesday or Wednesday to see how the energy is with this
Yeah.
album. But
The
I would be,
issue is Kendrick don't the replayability of the album. That's
yeah,
what's gonna hurt it, man. Because I'm sure Jack Harlow album had a bunch of bangers where people, if you like his music, you're gonna play it
yeah,
throughout the week. With this
yeah,
Kendrick album, you probably gonna run it through a few
yeah,
times, but will you keep playing it throughout the week unless you're a hardcore fan? I don't know, man. That's
yeah.
what might hurt it.
Now, do Kendrick have hardcore fans where he's, he had one of those fan bases where he gonna do two no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And let's be real, he didn't do a lot of promotion for this at all. At
Yeah.
least Jack Harlow was all over the fucking place. This dude
Mm-hmm.
was at the Kentucky Derby. Drake, he went hanging with Drake for a couple weeks and all type of random shit. So
Did the
that,
interview circuit, all the radio shows and
yeah.
shit.
Plus
Didn't
he's
know
white.
Brandy was Ray J's sister. Exposed himself on national TV.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Side note, how you feel about that?
Yeah, we had to include. We're gonna do a separate podcast, but now this podcast has gone too long, so it has to be the main podcast here.
Yeah,
So we'll
yeah,
still talk about shit random at the very end right here.
yeah.
Um,
Did you were you upset? Did that make you upset, or did you think it was just funny?
look, man, he's 24 and no, like I said, no before, no offense to white people, but he's white, dog. Like he ain't grow up on no fucking Brandy. So look, Brandy. When's the last record Brandy put out, dog? People were shocked by him not knowing this, but let's be honest. When's the last record Brandy put out, dog? It's been a hot minute since she did music that was played anywhere.
I would take it a step further. That song they played on Hot 97, I didn't even recognize that song at first. After a while, I knew it was Brandy because of her voice. But shit, I don't even remember that damn song. They're like
They play something everybody should know. Yeah,
sitting in my room or something.
the only reason I recognize that song, and I didn't even know it was a Brandy song at first until she started singing. I recognized it because that beat was used. It was looped on a Swisher House track. I forgot who rapped over. I want to say Big Tiger or somebody, but that was actually the intro was looped and used on a Swisher House track, and that shit was hard because that's what I recognized it from, the slow version. But yeah, I didn't know that was a Brandy song either. So
Yeah, I had no clue. Yeah.
yeah.
But when I heard her talking, I'm like, oh, okay, that Brandy. I never heard that song. And everybody was just going crazy. And the thing is, he know who Brandy is. I'm sure he like, who the fuck is Brandy? It wasn't that.
Yeah.
He didn't know they were related. And
Yeah.
looking at a 24-year-old kid from Kentucky, white kid from Kentucky, what we had like Brandy and Ray J just walk around together like they're twins or something. Like it's the Brandy and Ray J show, or
we knew because they had a sitcom together. Okay, that's why we knew back in the 90s.
Yeah.
If you
And
ain't seen that shit, you won't know.
yeah, they been on their own for a long time, man. I think the last time I seen them two together was probably a Breakfast Club interview, random ass Breakfast Club interview. But like we just see them together all the time or something, where like this ain't fucking Pusha T and Malice, where you didn't know they was brothers or something. Like to me, it kind of makes sense. I thought it was funny that he didn't have any clue, but people was taking it too serious. Like, oh, this guy, yeah, how this guy's in our culture, he don't know Brandy. Like that was like that's the number. I don't know. It was just goofy, man. We were sitting there at like, to be in our culture, you got to know Ray J and Brandy are siblings.
There's been worse examples of artists embarrassing themselves. The most immediate one that comes to mind is when Ella May couldn't name any Aretha Franklin songs.
Yes,
and
that's a perfect example.
Look, Jack Harlow's not an R&B singer.
Yeah,
I wouldn't expect him to know like legendary R&B acts. Ella May, if you say Aretha Franklin's one of your inspirations, like you can't name not one Aretha Franklin song when asked what your favorite Aretha Franklin songs are. Come on, man. That was even worse. And she's black. So that was way worse than what Jack Harlow did.
And
there.
she have a very popular song. And I'm sure, Ella May is young. And I'm tired of giving that excuse to people.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't around when fucking Respect came out. But I know what it is. And it's a lot of shit that my parents don't even play. And I know who it is, man. My parents never played some Elvis Presley. I know maybe one song at least, or I know what he sound like. So it's not like I hate that excuse that he's just young. So like that never makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, look, I ain't saying you got to have their whole discography, but yeah, I mean, just that's what makes it seem like you actually care about music, and they're not just handing you shit in the studio and you're just doing it in a corporate fashion where they write the songs and you just perform it. Like knowing about, and that's one thing I give credit to Tyler the Creator for. He's a huge music nerd, man. He talks about deep cuts from Stevie Wonder and all kinds of shit you wouldn't even think he listened to. He talks about, he had a good interview with Nardwuar recently, a long one. And like, he's always talking deep about music stuff, man. And you can tell he really cares about, and you would think he be the last one to care about like songs from the 70s and 60s. But he's heavy into that stuff, man. So the age thing is not an excuse, especially when you're a musician in this culture. Like, look, you should know some Aretha Franklin songs, man.
Look, it's right there. It's right on his phone, man.
Yeah,
it's right here. Like at least back when we was younger, the only shit I knew was the stuff we had.
Oh
so
yeah,
stuff we had on tape, stuff we had. Shit, I think my parents still got some vinyls laying around. But me coming across shit like that is how I found out. Me digging through the crates. It's an old term. That's how I discovered shit. And or remember back in the day how we used to discover shit whenever we riding with somebody randomly and they play something. It's like, oh, what's this? Or you at somebody's house and at a cookout or something. But now, man, like it was at one point, I want to say a few years ago, I went down a rabbit hole on my title because I'm like, damn, let me, I started going back to some shit from the 90s. I went through like a whole group home album where I was looking up all type of DJ Premier shit.
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm just I kind of started going down the rabbit hole. And I did the same thing with like some classic old R&B. Like some shit is like, damn, I never heard of this person. This person was a one-hit wonder. And I started getting deep into their shit. Like, damn, like they had some shit.
Yeah.
And let me find out, some Wu-Tang song or whatever song was sampled. And I go to that actual sample song. And I'm like, damn, this song was actually all right. And then I started getting into their album.
Yep.
It's so easy, man. So I don't like the excuse of, oh, he's only 24, so he shouldn't. Like, no, like if you a big music person, because I'm guessing somebody like a Jack Harlow or whoever, LMA, I'm guessing they ain't about to sit there and say, oh yeah, I don't really care for music that much. I don't really listen to music. I guarantee you that they will probably say they love music so much they listen to everything.
Oh yeah.
So no, it ain't no excuse, man. It ain't a thing like, oh, I never heard that song, but nah, it's right there on your phone, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly, man. But yeah, the Jack Harlow thing wasn't the end of the world. Tab brings up on Ray J's 2001 song, Wait a Minute, they say, ain't that Brandy's brother? Fair enough, but then again, that song came out, Jack Harlow was like, what, 2 years old? And it's not like that was a club classic, man.
Yeah, this ain't Montel Jordan.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always in rotation still to this day.
But that is funny thinking about how old you have to be to remember that at one point Ray J was only known for being Brandy's brother.
Yeah.
And Brandy was the megastar. Think about that now. Ray J's more famous than Brandy.
Yeah.
In 2022.
Brandy took a step back.
Yeah.
And honestly, they both were so separated where, I knew they was brothers, siblings, but I ain't never put them two together like that.
Mm-hmm.
Ray J held his own. He was on his own shit, man. He did the infamous Breakfast Club interview when he's talking about the Maybachs and all his other shit.
Talk about the Ray J, man. He low key sparked this whole reality generation.
Exactly.
Ray J, man.
Yeah. So I think so I'm not mad at Jack Harlow. I thought, if anything, it was funny. I was cracking up. I was cracking up how he was sitting there listening. He was just looking in the camera listening. It's like, and the first thing these tips. The first person he said was Aaliyah. I'm like, this sounds nothing like Aaliyah.
That was more embarrassing than him not knowing.
That was the embarrassing part.
Yeah,
but,
true.
But yeah.
I mean, what do you expect from him? I wasn't too surprised. Hey, Wait a Minute's a classic, dog. I like Wait a Minute.
Yes.
But let's be real. It was clown when it came out. Okay. I know people who's like, oh, Ray J brother or Brandy brother trying to sing now.
Dorian from Moesha.
Yep. I remember Lil Kim was on the feature too, wasn't she? She did her thing on there.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I like Wait a Minute, man. But it was kind of looked at like when Eddie Murphy did Party All the Time.
Yeah.
And people thought it was kind of a joke, man.
Party all the time.
Yeah. I like Party All the Time, dog. Low key, I feel like that song is great. But my parents talk about it like it was just a joke. Like they hate that song, man. I'm like, wow, really?
You gotta look at it though. Back in that time, he was a comedian.
Yeah, comedians did not sing.
Yeah, and still to this day, I think the one person that actually made a good song was fucking Lil Duval.
Yeah,
who had to, living my best life.
Mm-hmm.
And it was actually a good, cool, vibing type of song. And it took a long time to get that stigma off of a comedian.
Yeah,
and it's like, oh shit, they actually take it serious. Jamie Foxx went through the same thing.
Yep.
He was putting out a comedy album.
Mm-hmm.
And the shit was actually pretty good.
He low key broke down the barrier, man, because he was the first comedian to really sing and be taken seriously.
Yeah, he did.
So yeah, good for him. Good for him. All right, man, it's getting late, dog. We got to wrap up this podcast. Tab asked when we're doing a regular podcast. Okay, what we're gonna do at the beginning was split this into 2 podcasts, but this podcast ran on so long. I think we
Yeah.
just got to have this be the regular podcast.
Yeah,
And
let's just react to one more thing, man. One more big thing to happen.
go ahead. You talking about the Rico case?
Yeah, YSL, man.
Yeah, man.
Is this the end for Young Thug? Is this the end for Gunna? Is this the end for that whole little slime language albums? Is that it?
Look, man, I read through the case and what they're alleging, and part of me feels like Young Thug, number one, I think Gunna's definitely going to walk because it didn't seem like they had anything on him. They just said
they had a chain.
They said he had a chain with
and
YSL and he lyrics talking about he had a gun with like 100 choppers on him.
Yeah.
And it's like, dog, you might as well arrest the entire industry if that's
Yes.
all it takes to prove you're in a gang. Okay.
Yes.
So that's what I heard. I have some thoughts on this, man. Number one, reading into this, apparently, this is kind of resulting from a beef with YFN Lucci, who's now in prison, but he's fearing for his life because he's had beef with Young Thug and YSL for a while now. They were trying to kill each other. YFN got sent to prison. Somebody tried to stab him in prison, and now he's fearing for his life.
Yeah, I didn't even realize these two were beefing like that.
Yeah, me neither.
I ain't really put two and two together because I remember Lucci going to jail for fucking being a getaway driver, man, which is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like somebody like that, you don't think they would be the getaway driver. So he pretty much went to jail for driving the car and and whatever they was doing.
Yeah, but I mean, you're an accomplice, man. So yeah, they wrap you up.
Somebody like Lucci, who's a star,
mm-hmm.
you would think he'd at least be in the back seat talking shit or something, but he was
that's wild. He was driving.
Yeah, just imagine somebody Drake being the getaway driver for something. But anyway, I remember the story of him saying that he was fearing for his life in jail and he was almost stabbed or was stabbed or something like that. I had no idea it was connected to, YSL.
Yeah.
So it was kind of breaking news to me. After a while, I'm like, oh, that shit. I started putting pieces together. I'm like, damn, did they even have diss songs together or drop any nuggets in it? Because I was a Young Thug fan and I ain't really hear no subliminals or nothing like that. So, I was kind of shocked.
Yeah, that plus what was shocking to me was that story that came out about how Young Thug's baby mama got shot and killed at a bowling alley. Yeah. Apparently that wasn't just some random shit that happened. She was targeted by YFN's people.
Well,
I can't remember. We might have talked about it in passing, but I can't remember.
Yeah, I remember hearing about it, reading about it, and I'm like, damn, that's messed up because the story was they, killed her. They was fighting over a bowling ball.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of took it as that because it'd be some wild shit happening. So I kind of took it as the gospel. I'm like, damn, that's sad. And then when this shit came up, I'm like, oh, so that wasn't it.
Yeah, people were saying like she wasn't even involved in a fight like that. It wasn't even about the fight. And there was rival gangs up in a bowling alley. She went outside and it looked like she was targeted. That's what they think, especially with all this. So part of me feels like Young Thug and YSL getting slapped with this Rico case is kind of like the police can feel the feds were feeling like shit was about to heat up with retaliation attempts.
That's exactly what it was.
It's time to shut this shit down, man.
You know? That's exactly what it was. They was investigating for almost 10 years.
Yeah.
And
which is crazy because you would think the feds would have enough after 10 years to get you sooner, but they just felt like she was about to get super hot.
Yeah, no, I think what it was because I kind of I didn't go through anything like this personally, but I know some people who did, and they went through a thing where the feds they was actually watching, and once stuff started heating up, they got to step in because otherwise more people would get killed or hurt, something like that, and when a innocent life get taken away like that. that's when it's like, all right, we need to cut this shit. I know you've seen some of the shows where they like, hey, stop this shit now.
Yeah,
Let's
pull the
pick 'em up.
plug, run in, do the raid
Yeah,
now. Yep, and
yeah,
then
because it's getting bad. But
yeah,
I think the long 10-year investigation is. I think they was just trying to build a case where once they do go in and get them, they're done. Because if they would have, let's say they stepped in let's say 2013, 2014, where a good 2 years, it might have been a chance they probably beat that case, or they get out soon.
mhm.
But a lot of these cops, man, they keep an eye on them. They watch them do everything. If they want to kill another rival gang member, okay, they don't give a shit about them. And you notice whenever they kill other street dudes, you never find a murderer unless they sitting right there with the gun.
Yeah.
Usually these murders they almost never get solved, unfortunately. But I feel like they kind of sit back, they tally up everything, and once they get you, you can't do shit about it. They slap that RICO on you, and it's like, look, we got you killing this guy, we got you on the phone tap doing this, we got you doing that, and it's like, damn, we've been watching you for 10 years, so you can't wiggle out of this one.
Yeah, I'm sure they have a solid case, but I also feel like it's in a way a beatable case for Young Thug. Maybe I'm delusional, but I'm reading what they have on him, and I'm like, this ain't the end of the world, is it? Okay, they allege that he rented a car that people used to kill somebody,
Mhm.
which, okay, that's bad, especially you got proof that he's a leader of a gang, but do you have proof that he ordered it or that he even knew it was going to happen? I don't
Yeah.
know. Okay, they did raid his house. They found a bunch of illegal guns and weed.
And he
Okay.
didn't go to jail. You talking about recent, right?
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
his recent?
After he got arrested, they raided his house and they found a bunch of drugs and guns.
Yeah, remember a couple years ago, he got caught with a whole bunch of guns and stuff too.
Yeah. He was
And
walking around free, man.
yeah, so to me, that's a perfect example of, hey, keep on going, keep on going. We trying to build something, and so I think that was part of it too, because they could have went on with that. He got out of that pretty sweet, but I think they really trying to hammer him. I don't know if it's gonna stick, but somebody getting a lot of time for this, man.
I think somebody is, but I just don't think it's him because I look at in the past. Okay, Ti got caught with a lot of shit. We all thought he was done. I remember when he got caught with all the army fucking illegal ass guns, and he was a felon. He couldn't even have one firearm.
Yeah.
And he had a whole militia worth of fucking shit. He didn't serve a day in prison. Dog, look what happened to 6ix9ine, man. 6ix9ine
Mhm.
admitted he paid somebody $20K to try to kill Chief Keef.
Yeah.
And he did what? A few months in prison. He got hit with Rico too, I believe. And he did a few months and he got out early.
Yeah.
So I look at in the past, I'm like, okay, is the Young Thug case strong enough? They may is he the real target? Or do they just want him to bring him in to talk about something else? Make him an informant? I don't know. But my gut feeling is that he's not going to do real prison time.
Mm.
Like, at least nothing huge. Like, think about it. What's the biggest rapper to do like a serious bid?
It been a long time.
They don't try to get Jay-Z. Jay-Z stabbed somebody.
Yeah.
And he admitted he stabbed somebody.
Yeah. Who do you consider big? Like, do you consider somebody like Shine?
That is there too, but then again, he was caught red-handed shooting a gun in a club in New
Yeah.
York where that shit is super fucking they cracked down on that shit. So he did that
Yeah.
to himself. And now,
Yeah.
but they didn't catch Young Thug in the act of anything.
Yeah.
This is just a case they're building up. And I feel like, look, he got Drake on his side, dog. He got the
Mhm.
Jewish lawyers on his team. I feel like he has enough to get out of this somehow. I'm not saying he
Yeah.
won't do any time at all, but I think it's gonna
It's
be
not
like
over.
at max is gonna be Gucci Mane level. You know, he'll do it for maybe a year or two, but he'll be out. C Murder, yeah, C Murder, yeah, he did a long ass bid, but
Yeah,
he's not up there, man. Like
he did.
he's
He's still
definitely,
doing that damn bid, ain't he? Or
yeah,
is,
he ain't
yeah,
getting
he's still
out.
doing that damn
He's
bid.
still taking pictures with Monica. You see that recently?
Oh no, I ain't
Monica
see
took
that.
a picture. She went to prison,
What
took a
is she
picture with
doing,
C
man?
Murder. Dog, C Murder looked like he's 65 years old, man. He looked really rough in that picture too. I'm like,
Damn.
man, Monica, you ain't ever gonna move on. Damn. Oh
Yeah.
well.
Damn.
But yeah, man, I just don't know. If like people are acting like this is the end of Young Thug, I think he gonna get out of it, man. I don't know what he has to do, but I feel like he has enough on his side where that he gonna get out. Gunna's definitely gonna get out of it because they don't have shit on
Yeah.
him. And
Yeah.
he don't even seem like the type to even do nothing like on the street level, man. He never even acted like that type of dude, really.
Yeah.
So
I think it was guilty by association.
yeah,
They just
definitely.
grabbed the whole whoever. Yeah. Side note, how did you feel about the YSL jokes? People say, "Oh,
Dog, the
Jack Harlow."
funniest. This is why, like, you really can't trust no fucking reporters with anything, man. This is why it's fun. This is why I don't want misinformation to stop. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm pro misinformation being spread, especially when it's obvious and only idiots wouldn't get it.
Yeah.
Because if y'all missed it, the reporter who was asking the district attorney questions about the Young Thug and YSL case, this reporter, I guess, saw a viral tweet of somebody jokingly saying that y'all know Jack Harlow's the real lead of YSL, right? Y'all know he really running. Why wasn't Jack Harlow arrested? He's the head of YSL. This dude actually asked the DA, "Oh, I'll see a lot of names here, but I didn't see Jack Harlow. Do you know why that is?" And she clearly didn't know who Jack Harlow was either, so she made up
Yeah.
some bullshit. But
Yeah.
the fact that that was even asked
Yeah.
was fucking hilarious.
Yeah. I couldn't believe that was a real thing.
I could, because we live in a crazy world now, but I just thought that was fucking hilarious, man. Part of me wanted to give him benefit of the doubt and like, wait, does he actually have some YSL ties that I never
Yeah.
heard of? Because I don't follow his career like that. And then I saw the tweet that sparked it. I'm like, okay, he got trolled. That's hilarious, though. That shit was hilarious, man.
Yes. Speaking of goofy comments, so we talked about your boy T.I., your boy Tip. This another kind of tip.
There's another kind of tip, yeah.
Yeah. So he posted something. And I kind of rolled my eyes at it. Let me know if I'm overreacting or do we have a point.
He don't have a point. I already said it's T.I. He don't, but go ahead.
He put on Instagram this. Why the KKK ain't been hit with a RICO? Do we just need to shut the hell up?
People keep saying that. People keep saying that.
That don't even make sense to me, man. Like, I'm not trying to be the person that's oh, you know why? Because they're the police and all this other bullshit. But like, the RICO law wasn't made for racism, man.
Here's the thing. Number one, that's a dumb tweet because you should be asking that about the Aryan Nation gang, and I'm sure they have been, if you look it up. The KKK ain't moving like they were in fucking 1952, okay? It's 2022, dog. Ain't nobody really in the KKK like that. At least they're in white supremacy gangs. Yeah, white supremacy is definitely around. It's white supremacist gang. Yeah, white nationalist gangs are everywhere. White Aryan Nation, one of the biggest gangs in the country. The feds admit this, man. I'm sure they've been hit with RICO cases. I'm sure of it. If you look it up. But the KKK, dog, like they're not like the Bloods, man. They're not Pyru. They not dog. Where the fuck is a KKK really, man? Like you really got to look for them.
Yeah,
in some backyard in Alabama somewhere.
Yeah, it's this like this tweet or whatever was so stupid to me. It's like, is he dead serious, or he trying to bring an awareness of, oh, that's because they're the cop. They're really the cop. And people was really commenting on this shit. But
no, yeah. I mean, white supremacists have invaded the police. They've admitted that federally.
Yeah.
Like, we know that's a fact. But saying KKK man,
Yeah.
the
So
dumbest thing I heard.
I was about to say, are police really sitting there watching the KKK, trying to build a RICO case on them?
I don't know.
So this sounds so stupid, man. This is one of those. To me, this is up there with the y'all kill X, but y'all let
Zimmerman live. Yeah,
the streets is done. That's to me, that's up there with this.
Dog, whenever you watch a documentary on the KKK, like real life KKK still operating, they look broke as fuck. Okay, they always like in some trailer homes. It don't look like they flossing with some drug money and some shit, man. I'm not saying they don't dabble in that, but come on, dog. They ain't got no Ferraris out there, man. So, but the dumbest thing I heard was somebody said, why don't white, or somebody asked, it was a spinoff of the KKK thing. Somebody asked, why don't white people get hit with RICO cases? And if you look up the history, the RICO case was invented for the Italian mafia.
Yeah, back in the 1930s or 40s, yes, or some shit. Yeah,
it was invented to.
It was invented. I forgot that. What's the one guy name? I forgot his name.
Well, Al Capone.
Yeah, I think it's for Al Capone. Because they couldn't get him on anything, and they ended up getting him on like
I
tax.
Think he was on tax. Yeah, he was on tax evasion or some shit, or tax fraud or some bullshit.
Yeah, they ended up getting him on that, but they invented that for them dudes.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's just a silly little whataboutism thing. People always do that shit, man. Like, y'all know these niggas are in gangs, dog. Why try to defend it? You know they in gangs, dog. You know they fucking terrorizing people. Do we have to defend this shit by saying, what about white people?
Yeah,
with the voice he has to be goofy like that. That shit pissed me off, man.
Yeah. Now I will say I do feel like the government and all these different people are using RICO laws unfairly, because any group of people can be considered a gang. And now this group is actually doing crime. So I'm not defending,
I was about to say, man.
I'm not defending YSL, but like I just seen cases where a neighborhood group that wasn't as bad as YSL, to the point where they're terrorizing the city type thing. They try to hit a group of guys with a RICO law or a RICO thing, and it didn't do anything. It's like, where's the crime? Like this is a big group of friends that grew up together type thing, and they tried to paint them as a gang.
You know who I'm surprised hasn't been hit with anything yet, at least that I've seen?
Who?
Sauce Walker. We all know what Sauce Factory really is, right? I ain't saying nothing on the podcast, but we all know what Sauce Factory really is. So I'm shocked. Maybe I'm shocked because I've even seen YouTube videos about them.
Damn.
And I'm like, damn, this shit's really out there in the open. I'm kind of surprised that I don't know. Maybe he got some good lawyers. I don't know. Maybe his money done cleaned up. But yeah, that's one thing I'm shocked. Like Sauce Walker is I ain't seen him getting out for nothing. So
yeah, but RICO, that's my only beef with the RICO law, man. Like, me and you could have a record label with a bunch of artists, and if they feel like we doing some bad shit type of thing, they could consider the Gems of Juice podcast records as a fucking gang and try to slap a RICO law on it, which is kind of like, damn. But in this case, it's a lot going on. So I'm not trying to defend them at all, but this have been used unfairly.
No, it has been
a lot targeted towards more black people than a gang of white people from Harvard or some shit.
Yeah. The gang laws are at times, prosecuted unfairly for any group of people who just are around like they're a gang now. Like, come on, man. But this one is different, dog. Like, come on, man. But I still feel in my gut that this won't stick for Young Thug. I think I don't think he's going away for a long time. But who knows? Crazier shit has happened, so we'll see. I feel like the hip hop police is cracking down in general. We also had ASAP Rocky get arrested after he got in the airport for some shit that happened in 2015. I think it was a shooting. And they just arrested him and took him in. So yeah, man. Hip hop police are cracking down. They said you Negroes and had your fun. Now you flossing a little too hard in a recession and pandemic. So it's time to pay the piper. I don't know.
Yeah. Did you see this other theory? This was a funny theory. I got to bring it up, but so with the YSL situation, they said they feel like 6ix9ine has something to do with it. Tekashi 6ix9ine, because everybody he beef with or say something about, they end up going to jail. And I think he was going, I forgot who he was going talking shit about, but he was talking shit about him and 42 Doug was going at it. They end up picking 42 Doug ass up. And I think he still might be in jail. I mean, they was talking about they was looking for him for months, which is nuts, because it's like, dog, this dude is a fucking famous rapper.
Yeah, I know, right?
They made it seem like it was a manhunt for him or some shit. It's like, this dude is a fucking rapper, man. And like, you mean to tell me you can't find him? And, yeah, I forgot who else he was beefing with, but there's like, 6ix9ine, the rat, because obviously 6ix9ine started trolling once the YSL went down. But I thought that was funny. It's crazy how this dude still gets on people's nerves, and he still get people to bite the hook.
No, it's easy because people just want clout regardless. I mean, he did call out Cardi B by name too, by being in the blood, and nothing happened to her.
Crazy. Yeah, Jim Jones.
Yeah, Jim Jones. Is there any doubt that he's an informant? They got him on the phone talking about conspiracy to murder.
It could be a thing. Like I said earlier, it could be a thing where they still, is a 10, 15, 20 year investigation.
20-year investigation on Jim Jones.
Yeah, or he could no, not even just on Jim Jones, because this little investigation on YSL wasn't just on Young Thug.
Mm-hmm.
This was like everybody, and we see who all was in 9 Trey.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, there's no way in hell Cardi B getting arrested or anything like that. But it's a lot of those dudes, man. And Jim Jones, he not the Hollywood type person right now. I can still see him, getting caught up in something like that.
Yeah, I mean, he's been clean this whole time, man, even though he's been in the middle of dirt frequently. So I don't know, man. Maybe they're building up a whole Dipset Bird Gang case. They call themselves Harlem's Taliban. You can see I can see the news scroll now. They call themselves Harlem's own Taliban.
Yeah.
Joel Santana said that he worships Muhammad Atta for his courage.
They talk about smacking koofies off of people's heads.
Doc, can you imagine if they using rap lyrics against people, what Dipset would go to jail for?
Yeah,
it's ridiculous, man.
Yeah. How do you feel? Do you still have the same? I think your take on the rap lyric. I can't remember your take on the rap lyrics used in court. You still kind of feel the same way?
I feel like it's unfair to. Well, it's complicated, man.
I'm not. Look, you know how I felt about it. I wasn't a fan of it. However, I'm not talking about the YMW Melly or whatever his name is, that actually rapped about the crime he did, how he cut up his best friends or whatever, put them in the trunk or some shit. I'm not talking about that, but how they use Gunna, his lyrics and try to say, "Yep, see, you talk about 20,000 choppers, so yeah, let's bring them in," type thing. I don't like that at all, man. And I think I got a little more irritated with people on the internet talking about how, oh, they so stupid for talking about this and blah 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 blah. That's what they making their money off of. And we quit to say how, this is all entertainment and they ain't really about that life. But they really getting locked up for shit like this, man. They really trying to come after these guys for some lyrics, and they might not even be true.
Yeah, man. Here's the thing, because the defenses I hear are that whenever a rapper has a problem with these lyrics being used, they want us to see rap as entertainment. And then they use the comparison of actors in a movie. Oh, you don't think Arnold Schwarzenegger is really killing all these people, right? Here's the difference, man. When fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger go on an interview, he don't act like the Terminator. Okay? He acts like Arnold Schwarzenegger. When Gunna goes on radio, he acts like Gunna. Okay? Look, people, y'all want us to think everything y'all say and do is real when you a rapper talking the street shit. And then when he comes down, you want to say it's entertainment. Just admit it's fucking entertainment, man. Like, be an act like that's why it's difficult to defend, dog, because you spend you're living this facade, and we as grown people, we know it's fake. But kids don't know it's fake, man. Kids don't know. They think everything, because that's what they prop up. That's why the crash dummies are getting some fame in rap now, because they're actually doing what they're rapping about. Yeah. So it's difficult when you have people who are like Gunna, who don't participate in that shit, but he's rapping about it. Then you got somebody in Jacksonville that's actually rapping about it and doing it. Yeah. So where do you draw that line, man? Is it okay in one case and not in the other? Do any of these people separate themselves from their rap persona? Not really. So it's tough, man.
I think using the rap lyrics is a lazy way out for these detectives or whoever. Find the crime, man. Like where's the gun? Like, I just don't like the whole he rapped about this, so that's evidence.
I don't think anybody can be brought in just because they said something on a rap lyric. But to be fair, that kind of happened with Gunna. But in general, that's just used to bolster a case.
Yeah, see, I don't really see that. That's the thing. I don't like that unless it's like a Melly case, where it's like, we found these bodies in the trunk. Here's his lyrics rapping about the crime. Here's exactly what happened on the song, and this is what we found. I'm not complaining about that part, but it seemed like they looking for a way. It seemed like the lyrics is the cherry on top to try to put these guys away.
It is,
and I think it's crazy, man. Look, if you put these guys away, man, because at the end of the day, like a rapper, like how much a rapper will get respect if he sat there and rapped about the stuff he rap about, and then go in their interview. Yeah, that's not true. I'm not about that life for real. Rappers got to put on the front.
But why do they have to? If actors don't, the argument they use is actors don't.
Because somebody like you won't listen to them no more.
Me?
No, I'm just saying you. No, I'm just saying in general, us. If Rick, like,
so what's the real issue? Because you're digging to the issue now. But why is that true, Figgy? Why is it that if somebody admits they're not killing people, we don't listen to them anymore?
Because somebody like Rick Ross, he pretty much got shitted on because he was a CEO. And people saying, hey, you supposed to talk about dealing all this cocaine. You talking about all of this stuff. And you wasn't about that life. So, he kind of survived it a little bit. But that was still a thing. What if he did come out and said, no, I never sold anything. I never sold to Pablo and all this other shit. How much respect? You think people are gonna be like, oh, okay, but the song's still good. You're gonna lose a lot of respect because.
But why is that true though, Figgy? Why do we not respect somebody when they tell the truth?
I don't know.
That's the real issue here, man.
But see, if you look at, let's take somebody like Pusha T for example. He don't really say too much. My guess, he probably not pushing any cocaine.
No.
Maybe he did back in the day. I don't know. But the way he move around, he not moving around like he got crack in his pants now. But he moving around like he been there, done that. Like he was the dude at one point. Like he kind of went through some shit. But I'm sure he's a family man that's, that stay out the way. But he still got to walk. He can't go in the interview and say, "Oh no, I'm not about that life. I don't do anything. I'm not. Oh no, I never did that before. This is all entertainment." He can't come across like that. His stock will go down.
So is the issue the fact that police are using the lyrics, or the fact that the public can't accept a rapper unless they talking like they really do crimes in real life?
No, I think the issue is the police using they're using the lyrics, and in the same breath we saying, why are they doing? I mean, why are rappers rapping about this? Just say it's entertainment.
I don't know, man. Because
I think it's different from being an actor. An actor, they could just act in the movie. After the movie, they could just go home.
But that's the defense that people use when they say, you shouldn't believe what rappers say because we're like actors. So why not admit that? Like I said, actors don't act like they're actually in the role when they're outside the role.
But actors are not getting charged for a movie they did. Omar from The Wire not getting charged because of a movie role he did.
Because we know it's fake. Rappers are acting like what they're doing is real, and that is the issue, man.
So we should lock up a rapper because of a song?
I'm not saying they should, man. I'm saying the issue is the fucking culture, dog. The culture is the issue, man. We shouldn't have to think somebody's corny because they don't do crimes in real life, but we do.
I agree with that.
That's the fucking issue, man.
But like I said, we laugh at Rick Ross for being the CEO.
That's because he had fantasy cocaine tales, man. It's not the fact that he was a CEO. It was the fact that he talked like he was Pablo Escobar.
Yeah,
that was the fucking issue, man.
And it's other rappers too. We shit on 6ix9ine for snitching. We go after all of these people for being fake thugs, saying they're not really about that life. He grew up in a 2-parent home. He from the suburbs. We say all of this shit about these dudes that play.
Yes, and that is the issue to me.
So
that is the issue.
So why was it? I agree with that. But if you're a rapper and you trying to be a gangster rapper, why would you come out and say this is entertainment? That's not my life for real. What kind of,
you don't want to go to jail.
But what type of credit you gonna have? You probably won't have a career and probably won't be respected. Because we respect people that come from that real life.
Figgy, what it sounds like is they want all the perks of being a criminal, but they don't want the consequences of it. They want to brag about crimes they didn't do. But then when the heat comes down, they want to say, no, you can't say that I said that. It was entertained. It wasn't real.
I think if we were cool with people being whoever they are, but they just making the music, I don't think they would care. I don't think it would be a whole show type thing. I think they would just make music and keep going. But that's not the case. I hate to say it, we don't look at it like that. If if Ice-T came out and said, "Oh yeah, I was never a gangster. I just did it for the music and blah blah blah," we both would be like, "Oh man, like Ice-T was supposed to be the OG back in the day, and he wasn't doing that shit for real." It's just like, oh, come on. Like, we shouldn't be like that. We should be like, damn, he made some good music. But, it might be different for me and you. But other people will be like, I lost respect for that dude. And that's the way it is. So if you're a rapper, why would you come out and say, hey, I'm not a gangster for real. I just make the music.
Because, like I said, you don't want to go to jail, man. Like, I think we're talking in circles now, so we can kind of wrap it up. I understand what you're saying. It has to, this is just how it is. My question is, why is it this way? you know, and I feel like the culture is fucked up, man. Like let's just be real. I never want to
Yeah,
get on this like hip hop is this and that on this podcast too much because that could be all day. But the culture is fucked up, man. The fact
yeah.
that people have to either act like or become criminals to be accepted in rap is fucked up.
No, it is. And it started from way early 90s. We glorify that.
Yeah.
We laugh at the, basketball is my favorite sport.
Mm-hmm.
But we glorifying NWA.
Exactly.
we saying that's cool. And even at that point, people was trying to call out Ice Cube for, not really being a gangster for real.
Yeah.
And it's like, damn.
Oh, you doing family movies now. Oh, it's like, man.
Yeah, so it's just like, damn, so why, like it don't matter for Ice Cube now because he a rich man.
Mm-hmm.
But why would he, say, oh yeah, and all that stuff? I ain't really go through that stuff for real. I mean, how much is that music really gonna mean to you at that point if he didn't really go through that? We kind of invest in the whole act and the whole character of the person. So if Straight Outta Compton, if that song, if that song wasn't even close to being true, it's like, oh man, like it don't even hit the same now. What did we do with Dipset when they got their ass handed to them?
Yeah, that was just rough. That was just rough.
That shit don't hit the same. I know that's more of them on the music level, but it's like, oh man, that shit don't even hit the same now. That's kind of all of us. And so, speaking from a rapper point of view, why would I pretty much commit, career suicide by saying, hey, I'm not like this, so I don't go to jail, but I'm also not going to get, I'm probably not going to get paid again or be as hot as I want to be because people think I'm a fake phony wankster or something. And I'm just making the songs and I don't really live by that life. So that's honestly why I didn't really like being a rapper, because I go to shows, I gotta perform, I gotta have a mean mug because people gonna think I'm sweet. Mm-hmm. I gotta have a whole bunch of dudes around me just in case some shit pop off. And it's like, why do I want to be in a space like that where it's a possibility I could get shot or killed or beat up or something? It's just like a bad energy, man. You can't be a nerdy guy that go in the club and perform. You got to be this gangster ass dude with some hitters around you. And I mean, that's the way it is. If you don't have that, people going to look at you corny. So, if you're not really about that life, why would you come out and say that? Otherwise, people ain't going to really respect you.
I mean, well, if you're not about that life, you shouldn't be rapping about it. I think some people would argue. And
I agree. But so, if me and you and ladies want to hear that, the shit Future talk about, but they don't want to hear about me rapping about my regular 9-to-5 struggling. Like I probably won't be a hot rapper.
But and that's this is another whole conversation. Like I said, we could go all day on this, but my final thoughts are, man, like I think about rap a lot, dog. I think about how there's really nothing else like it, and no other culture would, I feel, tolerate some of the things we say about each other and what we talk about on these records, man. Like I do think that about that a lot. Like look at any the comparisons people bring up to rock and roll aren't even close. It's like your typical drill record. Like, let's be real, man. So I think the culture is kind of poisoned in a way, man. And I feel like people need to grow up and just either accept other forms of people rapping, and not call them corny. Like Chance the Rapper, we clown Chance the Rapper, but he did make a corny album about being married and shit. But we clown him a little bit. But there should be a space for people to have their honest experiences and not the street fairy tales, because that's what get people locked up, man. If you going around acting like you a drug dealer, you can't get mad when the cops assume you a drug dealer. Okay, that come with the territory, man. So it's just something I think about a lot. Tab brings it up too. He said, like, look, man, it's a fucked up culture, and I would hope it changes someday. I'm not confident it will, because it seems like shit's just getting worse. But I mean, that's deeper discussion, man. But I do understand what you're saying, man. It will be career suicide for somebody to come out and say they ain't living that life. But that's
it's
fucked
the
up
same,
that it would even be considered that.
it's the same reason why we wonder why rappers not coming out as gay.
Yeah,
that's correct. Like, be honest with yourself. But that, you know, in this day and age, it's kind of a career suicide. Well, now it's more hit and miss. But I mean, your career could be over. So why would I do that? I could just keep playing the role I'm playing now and make my money. So
yeah,
I mean, it's very unfortunate, but I will say in 2022, it is a lane for, you know, non-street rap. We talk 3 hours about Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, true.
So it is a lane for that. And you know, you got the J. Cole's, you got the Drakes, you got, you know, different people like that. People like Kanye who kind of paved the door open to make that cool. So it's definitely out there, and I think more people are leaning towards that. But you still got the Young Thugs, the Futures, and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's not going anywhere, man.
It's not street rapper or no rapper at all. You can kind of do what you want. But yeah, man, it's unfortunate.
Yeah. It is, man. It is. So we'll keep tabs on the YSL thing and what happens to Young Thug. Like we said, I don't think Gunna's gonna face anything serious. It didn't seem like they had anything on him. Young Thug, we'll see. But interesting stuff going on, man. We'll keep tabs on it and keep y'all informed. With that being said, man, I think it's definitely time to wrap this one up.
Yeah, let's get the hell out of here. This might be the longest podcast in history.
Yeah, it might be. But fuck it. Kendrick don't drop but once every 5 years. Okay, y'all can spend 4 hours of your life listening to us talk about it. Okay.
So technically, we spent 3 hours talking about Kendrick. Pretty much. Spent an hour and 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Talking about some other shit.
And I don't want to hear y'all argue about the length. Y'all don't watch all the Marvel movies. Okay, they're 3 hours long. You can't hear some real folks talk about some good hip hop. You can't spare 3 hours of your life that you would spend on watching goofy ass Marvel movies. You can't spend that kicking it with us.
Yeah,
man, it was worth it. Okay, you learned a lot. Admit it. So thank y'all for listening, man. Appreciate tab in the comments, man. Make sure y'all see us streaming every Friday around 7, 8:30, whenever we feel like doing it. But we're gonna do it eventually. But make sure to kick it with us on Twitch, YouTube, all that stuff. Appreciate it. I've got to cut out before Anita gets us banned. So until next time.
Peace.